来到我们的赛前采
interviews
访，
as
我
well.
是主
Let
持
you
人
listen
小
to
鱼。
that.
在赛前我们也请到了 TT 的 Feather 选手，欢迎 Feather。其实，在上一个赛段有让大家比较惊艳的表现嘛，但是也有一些比较挣扎的阵痛期。全新的开始，想以一个怎样的姿态来拉开序幕呢？
因为我们
I need to post that I'm live as well now.
然后也是第一把吧，磨合的也不是很久吧，也希望第一把能赢下。
相比较之前 Feather 比较想在哪些方面做一些突破呢？
Just turn the volume up for this.
就是指挥方面吧，然后判断更准确一点。
好的，希望你们赛场加油。
Chayo. And we saw EDG yesterday, of course. This
好
is
的，
our
在
second
赛前我
series
们
in
请到了
first
EDG 的
couple
安
of
九
days.
选手，欢迎安九啊！
So we
在
get
昨天的
to
比赛
learn
当
a
中，
lot
你们
about them.
顺利拿下了开门红嘛，小辅助也为你们队伍注入了一些新鲜的血液，所以对于后续的一个比赛会更有信心吗？
首先昨天赢下比赛，我们大家都很开心。然后小辅助的加入也让我们队伍有了不一样的打法和思路。然后相比昨天，肯定今天是更有信心的，大家状态都还不错。
那安九自己呢？因为我看你在休赛期的时候，其实有在多多的好好的感受生活嘛，希望自己有一个怎样的赛场表现呢？
休赛期确实有去感受生活吧，但感觉更多的是感受美食，然后还有和朋友就唠唠嗑嘛。然后主要更多的跟大家分享一下群友私底下是
Yeah, I gotta
怎
go
么
post that
样
I'm
的。
live on
现在也
various
开始新赛
socials.
季了，然后也希望赛季队伍能越打越好，然后自己能多 C 几把，表现出一个比较积极的面貌。
好的，我们赛场见。
Should be just a couple of minutes. Yeah, a couple of minutes until we start up now, so it's not too long. So yeah, we are live on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok, and of course Onivia's YouTube as well. So we're live on 4 different places. I have 4 different chats open. Means that I am good to go. Sam will be coming through in just a second, and we have EDG TT. I would imagine EDG are coming through as Are EDG coming through as favorites? Well, the thing is, TT were in Group Ascend. Hey, Monsters, how's it going? TT were in Group Ascend last split, so technically they were the higher caliber team, technically. But I don't think that's really how that works. You know, NIP are also in Group Nirvana, by the way, so NIP will be playing against these teams too. So the teams that we're playing off against each other are EDG, LGD, LNG, NIP, TT, and Ultra Prime. But NIP and TT are the 2 higher tier teams that dropped down. However, both of them have had roster changes. I think TT upgraded with Aki over Xiao Huangren. I don't think he was playing that well. I think he was doing fine, but I don't think he was doing crazy stuff. So, I mean, we'll see. Oh yeah, also on TikTok as well, I've chosen to go for the landscape layout just because I think it's easier for gameplay when we get into it, but when we get into... I will post check, thank you. But when it comes to... let's do that thing where I put the chat box on, cool. So yes, just so people know I'm not speaking just to the voices in my head. Which I am too, there is that too, you know, I'm not going to deny that. But yeah, if you're in chat, feel free to ask questions about the LPL, League of Legends, LoL esports, and everything like that, because I'm pretty experienced at all that thing. And you know what, after this split's ended, I probably would have, I think, last split, I think I cast my 1000th LPL game, but I think I might get to 1,500 at the end of the year. Might get to 1,500. What's my favorite LJL in memory? When clips of our coverage were used in a Riot video, even though we weren't an official broadcast. Zale did a video with Riot, or rather, I guess Riot got him to do a voiceover, and about Kinatsu, top laner for the Hawks at that time, actually. He was top laner for the Hawks, and they used clips from our show. I remember I was in the green room over in Spandau. I was getting ready for an LC, and yeah, they used. I remember getting messaged by Lexi, the other person that we did LGL with, it was Sam, Lexi, and I. And our clips were on that, and that was such a cool moment. That was very vindicating. In fact, I think I'm arguably more proud of the LGL work that I did than most other stuff than I've done in esports, because that was completely self-made. You know, it was straight from the ground up. We did our own broadcast, our own marketing, and we did it pretty well. You know. It definitely helped that we had good results from the LGL teams in 2021, the Exodia roster from DFM. We wouldn't have been able to do that with that. Okay, should be getting into game soon. I can stop yapping at you all as much. Okay, let's do that thing where I say I'm live.
观看2025英
Oh
雄联
yeah,
盟
there was
职
the
业联
intro
赛
video
第
which I
3
missed
赛
yesterday.
段，您可以通过英雄联盟客
You
户
know what
端
I'll do.
找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟
Actually,
赛
leave
事
the
官
full
网
screen for this, you know.
LPL.qq.com 虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA， 李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测，祝你赢1000元耳机。我在
Oh, and
场
later on we
就
have
是主
Weibo
场
Top Esports, which is the battle of teams that switch supports with each other.
全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开。保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高净游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
So I haven't seen this yet. I really want to see what this is like. All the rain and everything, very spooky. Nice. Hey, Shrimp Cakes, good to see you. Oh, Shrimp Check, yeah, that's the one, yeah. TT got Aki, so surely means NIP Milky Way, right? I think it's Nio is their jungler, isn't it? I think they announced Nio. So I think it's solo kill Nio, Doombi, leaving the cat. But we'll see them in an amount of time, I guess. Oh yeah, folks, if you are watching on Twitch or on YouTube or even on Onivia as well, if you can have an open tab, just mute the tab with TikTok, the TikTok stream on it in the background. That does make an awful lot of difference to us because, you know, it's a small stream, it really helps with discoverability, and TikTok goes viral, so it's really cool if you can get some stuff on there, you know? Very cool.
Hello， 各位亲爱的召唤师们，欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段。让我们有请双方战队登场。
Okay, so let me put camera back on so you can see my reactions to this stuff. Tend to keep yourself on here anyway, because I like to have my face on here sometimes. Okay, so EDG, they are favourites coming into today. I think they are. I think they are favourites coming into today. I think that TT have really struggled when Beichuan left the team. Beichuan leaving for BLG to replace their outgoing Wei had left kind of TT rudderless. They brought in Xiao Huangran, who's had some really good games before, of course. But, not having their leader in Beichuan really hurt them. EDG, on the other side of it, dare I say they're ramping up a little? By the way, fun fact, EDG's support is named Parukia. For those of you who are Pokemon fans, pretty easy connection. He is named after the Pokemon god of space, Palkia. So, yeah, EDG's support player is legendary Pokemon, the god of space. And he had a really good series yesterday. He was player of the game, I think, in at least one of the games. I don't think both, but I think in the first game he was player of the game. TT, they've Yeah, now they're playing with Aki for the first time. God, he's really tall, isn't he? I wonder how well he's going to integrate in. Now, he is another kind of tip of the spear, follow me kind of jungler. I actually wonder whether Aki will have an okay fit on TT. Now, I don't think it'll be like a top team, but he was very good on OMG when OMG were the team that would just follow him up. Regardless of anything, they'd always follow the call. And that is kind of what Beitron used to do for that team too. Beitron would just press the go button, and you'd see what they'd end up after that. You know? You didn't really think about the consequences. You just went in and you figured out how you just figured out how it go at some point after that. Is audio working? Okay, yeah, audio's working. Cool. Alrighty, let's settle in then, folks. Let's settle in. I think everything's working on TikTok. I think that is. And yes, let me just do that thing. LPL stage floor is the screen. I don't know if it's always like the stream. I think it might be projected onto a point. Oh no, I guess it isn't. Oh yeah, we're live in these places by the way. I've just put them in chat. Besides this, okay, straight into champs. Like perfect. Okay, let's go talk about some draft then, shall we? So we've come to learn, of course, a couple of things about ye oldie draft in recent days. Annie Wukong tends to be the real crazy one right now. Annie's banned away, so no Annie Wukong. No Taliyah Pantheon, which I think was last split's most OP duo to lock in very early in. Rumble's gone. Varus is still available. Varus has been hella strong, obviously. I think Varus has been the strongest champion in the game for quite a while at this point. A lot of junglers banned out. Xin Zhao's still available. You can play the Trundle Gambit and hope that they lock in a tank and then play towards that. Oh, it's good coffee. I needed that caffeine. And of course, if you're on TikTok as well, feel free to join us over on Twitch and on YouTube, if that's a preferred platform of yours. Varus banned away last year, Azir banned away from Setab. Setab and Angel, both very good players of the Azir, actually. Angel's a big player of that. Blocking in the Taliyah without the Pantheon, you can go towards Xin Zhao now, second. For EDG. TT, you could take that away. It's not... I mean, you go towards the Xin Zhao. Maybe they lock in something like the Wukong. I don't think Wukong Taliyah is that good a combo, though. Ryze is not bad. You can go Orianna, too, if you'd rather the longer range matchup. They go towards the Ryze, and Setab is a good Ryze player, actually. Yeah, Setab, I think he's up and down in terms of his impact on a team, but he's... when he's on comfort, he's very, very powerful. As a Kali's a good one. Locking in the Trundle early for Aki. Aki has always been a bit of a gremlin jungler. He loves his AD skirmishes where he can interact with you early. His Vi was typically very good. Gam Kelly's Rise, hell yeah. Did you see that Gam were scrimming Lost Returns on stream the other day? Just yesterday? It was very, very cool. I thought it was very cool. Okay, so Xin Zhao for Xiaohao. We said that was likely going to be the lock-in with all the AD skirmishes gone, but there is the Trundle Gambit being played. I think Trundle is very good versus the Xin Zhao. Not very good versus Gwen. I wonder if this is too early a Trundle pick. Now, yesterday, if you look at EDG's Draft 2 they played in the first series of the day, I really, really liked how they responded to enemy picks. Hey Sam, how's it going? That's very impressive, Sam.
I don't understand. I'm actually really upset.
Sam, do you want me to come wake you up at this point?
I don't know.
Do I have to add something else into my workflow early in the morning, which is be the frickin' alarm clock as well?
No, please, dog, please, no. I don't understand.
It's all good. I had a lie in as well a little bit, which is good. But yeah, we're live on everywhere, Sam. Please everyone know, welcome in Initialise. Sam, my brother. Who, by the way, we are brothers that cast together. It's a very rare thing. So the Jax into the Gwen. It's good for Hoya.
Yep.
Shift over a little bit. Zoom. Give you the headphones.
Ooh, very exciting.
Not that the volume's that high right now. I have to say, I really do like the fact that we don't have the 1v1s anymore, because it feels like we're actually straight getting into it, which was,
yes.
which was not the case really yesterday. I'm going to dip this down a bit. Just wondering if that's blocking your view. That should be fine. So yes, what I was saying is yesterday I was really impressed by EDG's drafting. I think they were very good at seeing what the enemy team had and then countering it. And a lot of bot lane bans now coming out, but support bans from TT, AD carry bans from EDG, stuff like Jhin available, which can set up very well. I think EDG really needs some hyper engage. I wonder whether they could just go Jhin Leona, Jhin Rakan. On this side for TT, do you really want to lock in AD carry now?
Debating a potential Senna there was an interesting one, but the Xayah is the option.
But I feel like Xayah is a counterable champion. Now you can take Jhin Rakan if you want to, and I think that's a good duo, or something else with it. Ezreal you can't do obviously at this point. Do you want to give them the Xayah Rakan? A lot of people are starting to really focus on the Xayah Rakan again.
It's come back as a really dangerous duo, it has to be said. And I think there's also to be said for the fact that obviously we saw Palkia just yesterday had a very good rel performance. I think got MVP on it even. It was very,
in game 1, yes he did.
It was very, very solid indeed. And I'm looking at this now and I'm going, Shinzao, Gwen, Rel, Samira hover by Arn. Of course, Samira is a little bit of a China specialty, shall we say. LDL players love it in particular. But the Jhin, as you called out, will come on down.
They needed the hyper engage. And I suppose that's why they choose not to go towards the Rakan. I think that Rel is better as a quote-unquote solo engage than Rakan. Rakan is kind of better as a follow-up engage. Kind of struggles to be the first person into a play now, which, I mean, TT might find that issue. They have the Jax, which can help too, and you do have the Trundle pillar to be pseudo-engage. You can set up and make it easier for Rakan. I do think, though, on the whole, once again, I've been quite happy with how EDG's been drafting. I don't know what's changed between last split and this one, but EDG, at least on that part of things, I'm pretty happy with how they're pivoting around what the enemy champions are showing. So I think, well, we've got double globals. We've got globals from each mid laner. We have a fun top lane split push matchup. We have 80 skirmishes in the jungle. And then the bot lane is really where it differs. You have, yes, self-sufficient supports, but it's really the Jhin which is offering engage, whereas the Xayah offering disengage. And then both supports going to be a roaming and engaging as well.
Very much so. Of course, the double side lane threat from TT get very obnoxious here. We've got this Trundle Rise combo again that can be really nasty. Similar combo with the Jax can be quite nasty too.
And Duo redeemed a compliment as well. The only way this game would have been better was if a Bel'Veth was picked in, of course. You know, I feel like, you know, sometimes you just got to lock in the Bel'Veth and hope for the best, because then, of course, you get the blessing of Duo on your side, and that's worth anything. You know, thanks for the call, brother. Peter. Right, let's get into it, folks, and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome into LPL for day 2 of this split 3.
Well. Interesting one, this TT. We're almost doing something really cool this year. But they had H1 for a fair amount of it, then left to BLG, and now the rumours are he might be leaving again.
And that is brutal for TT, because TT were a good team in Split 1 for their perspective. They beat BLG in a best of 5 in Split 1 of this year. That was a hell of an achievement. It's very rare that you see that. And then Beitron left. The dream ended. They fell apart. They lost their leader. Now they come back with Aki, who's come over from NIP. It's going to be a very different scenario for him too, I'm sure. They've got a lot of recovery to do. And EDG, we saw them just yesterday, so we can talk about them and what we saw from them in Series 1. How were the Giants, Sam?
They were alright, Alex.
Good.
Now we've got a game to talk about. Oh, we're very excited. It was EDG, as we said. Just saw yesterday, and actually looked pretty good. It was against a team who were a little lower down in the standings, obviously, and there's something to be said for I've yet to see EDG against, say, a top esports, say an IG, who were obviously our heavyweights than yesterday. Never mind someone, say, like an AL, who are our reigning champions, but it did look pretty convincing, which is good news, I think, in the grand scheme of things. EDG,
good news. We can finally beat these.
Speaking of, did you see that the Invincible account tweeted out Season 5's coming with the good news mark?
That's fantastic. That's great. I did see the tweet that meme before, actually. But, yeah, so apparently in this class there's like a ton of comics to go through. Although apparently the comics aren't actually good. So
Some of them are
apparently it's like the boys were based off of some comics and Invincible was too, and neither of them are actually great comics. Just watch the shows instead, effectively. Ooh, you're missing the counter strike. You can't afford to do that often in this matchup. The Jax does technically beat out the Gwen in the 1v1. Gone for Conqueror, not the Grass, by the way. Since Gwen does go to that.
Well, for the Ignite as well, to try and help match that as well, give yourself a little bit of a lane pressure. We do sometimes see people like the Camille, people like the Gwen do that into matchups. It can be a little dicier early. Honestly, into Jax, mostly, actually.
Game audio is too loud. Good to know. Cool. Alright, well, drop it down to like this then. And then hopefully that'll be fine. Thank you, Angie. And we'll try and... That's always very useful, by the way. If you do notice anything about audio or production and stuff, let us know, because we're running this from a bedroom and I hope in a dream, so sometimes we do need a little bit of help, especially once we get started in new splits, sometimes it's going around.
Yeah, I guess the CC down. Ooh, and it's the mount up as well. He was using that so aggressively yesterday as well. Decent chunk, and of course it is onto the support who will have a little bit more sustain. Got a pot, got a biscuit. So they come right back where they started. The Ignite is burned now by Palkia, who has gone for the Aftershock, not the Spellbook today. Is often a requirement on the rel, especially if you feel like you're diving into quite a lot of danger.
Well, and that's the thing. If you have some other people which are diving in with you, I think you go Spellbook instead, because I think yesterday even he might have gone for the Spellbook, actually. I think he went for that over the Aftershock. Don't quote me on that. However, what I do know is that most Aftershock supports are also dabbling now in Spellbook, but when you are the sole primary engage, yeah, you do need a bit of help there. Will say, not sure on the logic against the Trundle doing that though. Because what you're doing is giving yourself potential of losing even more stats to the Trundle ultimate. You go in, you get the Aftershock, Trundle smacks you with the ultimate, the Subjugate, you lose all of those stats you just gained, plus more. How now going topside. ZDZ with Ignite, getting control of the wave, he's doing really well here. In fact, using the Ignite, which means that Hoya won't be able to recall before the wave's into turret. Ah, this is going to be a dive.
Early use of the Ignite. Overcomes Showhouse, stacking up the 3 Talon Strike on the tower. Alright, Shin Towers, remember you need to do that. Still got the Audacious Charge and a Flash. Hoya tries to get out, and still the kill is donated to ZDZ.
I love this dynamic duo. ZDZ and Xiaohao have been partners on about 3 or 4 different teams now in the LPL, and they've done pretty well at it. You know, they've stuck together through thick and thin. They were on Anyone's Legend. They were on Weibo. I think they were on Rare Atom as well. They've been through a lot together, and now suddenly ZDZ, a kill up, 33 CS down to 20 as well. Hoya, this is a danger point for TT now, sadly. Hoya, when he falls behind, can become a bit of a black hole of pressure. It's one of my biggest criticisms of TT as a team in terms of individual players. Losing that first kill and so much CS in the first stages of the game in a matchup which you're meant to do very well into is a big problem. So TT need to find a way to recover that. EDG showcasing once again that they're not messing around in this split. They're actually coming in with a good amount of confidence.
Very much so. And again, Thunder Talk, what a year they were having, and then what a fall off it was. It was very disappointing. And again, see what they can do here. Still got some players on here I genuinely do really rate. I think 1xN, Feather in the bot lane in particular, felt like they have something special to him. Setup's been a bit up and down. See what Aki can do here as well. Obviously on the Trundle is something he has put a fair amount of time into over the years. Back in that OMG God Squad, so to speak. He was a big Trundle enjoyer when he had the opportunity. That and
his Vi, his Shinzao,
he was Sejuani, honestly.
Yeah, true. I mean, God, I missed that OMG 23 roster, and Aki's part of that, because they were great innovators. They were very confident, and they played a much more aggressive style in 2023 than most other teams did. Because remember back in 2023, that was when everyone was playing Zeri, Sivir, Lulu, Yumi, that kind of combo. And what Aki did on OMG was saying, well, okay, everyone's playing bot side of the map. Let's show you how to play top side. We'll play Sejuani, Yone. We'll play Maokai with Rumble. And that was the kind of meta which took over the league later. Counter-Strike was used by Hoya, and with such a threat, actually, Feather pops the Spellbook teleport. Of course, Palkia doesn't have that. He's taking the Aftershock. We mentioned that a little bit earlier. But Hoya already starting to bleed pressure for TT, and this is a huge issue. And we know that this player can become a black hole of pressure if he falls behind.
Aki gets to just keep chomping away at that dragon, feeling good about it. You are a Trundle, you do have that ability. Just jump at dragons early on and not feel too worried about it. Not much you can do to stop you because you do it pretty healthily, really, as the grand scheme of things. Gent will come on up. Up that one. On the way out.
And you can't talk about TT without talking about Sam and I say it differently, and we'll just do it that way. 1xn or Ishin in Chinese, or Yishin, is such a good AD carry.
Yeah,
he has been, I would say, our favorite rookie that's come up into the LPL in the last few years. And I think the biggest loser and the person I am the most disappointed for by the whole Beichuan to BLG saga is 1xn. This guy, in my eyes, should have been, and should still be, the next superstar AD carry within the LPL. I think it's either him or Leave. I think that they both had some fantastic results against top-tier teams from mid-table teams, which is insane. LPL AD carries have always had that sprinkle of magic dust, and 1xn has been so good on hyper carries. I loved his Aphelios when that was in meta. His Ezreal's had some great games too. His Zaya's had good moments too. But when you lose the leader of a team, it was really a two-man show of him and Beichuan. It's really, how do you show that same level of gameplay again, you know?
Here, he's still got the crash down, and he's going to go in with it, and ZDZ just gets a massive sniff there. 1xn's going to come on up, but there's already the Hallowed Mist down. What do you do? Goes up with the Feather Storm, can actually potentially pull some feathers back. There was the Rise who came on down as well with that Realm Warp, but now he's split off as the Weaver's Wall comes down. Ugly stuff from Thunder Talk. They only lose the one for now, but now thrown down. He gets to open the curtains. Setab being asked to take a bow. Flash Wind becomes lightning. And Xiaohao picks up another.
EDG looks so much more calm, collected, and decisive. Aki goes into that bot side jungle, and with Feather, they think that they can get the pick onto the Ral. But Palkia, the legendary Pokemon god of space, says, no, you're not allowed in this location. That's my whole domain thing. And turns around the play. TT, how do you come back from this kind of gold lead this early now? This is a very difficult game state.
It's rough. And then, of course, on the other side, we're looking at the likes of this, I don't know how to put this, like, we'll have a look at this replay again. We'll come to it soon. But obviously, EDG thought they were in danger and really weren't.
Palkia, very good patience. Chooses not to use the W in case it was cancelled out. Starts with the Q, knows he's tanky enough at the Aftershock, even with the Trundle ultimate being put onto him afterwards, and then leads forwards with the crash down afterwards. The fact that he knew he could do that is not something you often see from the rookie supports. Goes in with a very good play, and it leads to a huge win across the map. Setab trying to bail out the rest of his team. He comes in too late, too ineffectively as well. TT, this is not a good look for their first 10 minutes of Split 3.
It's really not. And again, look, EDG, yes, they look very calm, very decisive, very successful. Look, again, he wants to get into the team who are going, well, actually, is it against one of our better teams? Thunder Talk, again, I hate to say it, but in a similar position. Their fall-off has definitely been something we've mentioned a number of times. Still, they've got to do the business, and the moves have looked clean. They've looked decisive. I'm not looking at a messy team here who's just winning by brawling their way out. They're actually doing some pretty good responsive plays, some really good proactive plays.
They beat BLG in a best of 5 in Split 1. I mean, like, you know, sorry, you were talking about TT, right? No, you're talking about EDG. Okay, I was like, oh, Sam's body language says that I've talked about the wrong team. See, the thing is, sometimes I have to look at multiple screens to see how all the screens doing. But yeah, that's what TT did, and they were doing very well, besides just scrapping their way through. But EDG, yes, we haven't had that much positive to say about them this year, so it's good to see them actually have some splashes of life.
Again, we are, what, 3 games deep for this squad so far? It's not exactly the biggest
sample size.
See exactly how they do.
Very non-committal statement, isn't it?
I know.
Oh, well, we'll see how they do.
I mean, what? Yeah, it is true.
Up there with such phrases as, I'm sure they're trying their best, and I'm excited to see what happens.
Insists upon themselves.
Yeah, sometimes you realize that actually you can probably cast with a... You can cast a game of League of Legends with just a soundboard of stock phrases.
Oh, my days.
You know what? One day we should try that. Just have like a 20 buttons and say, and he goes into the backline. Wow, that was incredible.
Just like that, with Venius out there to make sure that the intonation is correct.
Yeah. Aki going up towards the top side now. ZDZ, 20 CS lead, a kill, a plate, I think 1 plate, just the one off the top lane, and an assist, is doing so well in this matchup. ZDZ, I think he had a good series yesterday too. His Cassante in game 1 versus Ultra Prime yesterday was really impressive. And he is a player that's been up and down in terms of form. I want to see him, you know, regain a little bit more of that consistency again. This guy, he's never been a top laner within the EDG, within the LPL, but he has had some decent pedigree. I mean, when he was on Weibo, there was a series he had against JDG last year where he effectively solo carried 2 games in a best of 3. It's insane to see from him. I want to see that kind of version of him again. Safely avoids the pressure put up by Aki, wandering up to his side of the map. 3 grubs to the side of EDG, and he'll start to put down some work on the spot lane turret. Get a play from that.
Dude. Couple bits there. When at this point, up a fair amount of gold, all things said and done. Again, look, early on this Jack's especially as a menace, and again, you have got a fairly decent early match, at least into the Gwen, but Gwen is kind of her own thing when it comes to scaling, even after all the nerfs. She is a bit of a menace.
I have to say, I am glad that Gwen is back. Now, I don't think that I want to see Gwen quite as prominent, but I think the fact that you have a 0cc AP damage melee top laner in meta, I think is a really fun thing. And also, thank you so much for the subs, by the way, at Fairy Tail Mutant from Seraph over on Twitch. It does make an awful lot of difference to us. If you're watching on YouTube or on TikTok as well, please like, subscribe, comment, do all those things. It does help us keep doing what we're doing. We're not getting paid for this, besides by whatever attention you give us. Yeah, we're getting paid in love and adoration, I suppose. But yeah, having a champion like Gwen in top lane really changes the kind of team comps you can go towards, because she's such a different archetype of champion. It's not really that does what Gwen does from top lane. She's a very unique champion.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Gee, best to get some autos off here. Too much more to be seen. Easy, get some snipperings down.
Snipperings.
It's a very mum phrase, that, I feel.
Wait, hang on, did ZDZ put that ward down just now, or did he just cue it to a brush he had full vision of?
I think he just put it down. Like, I was busy saying silly words. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could say that about a great number of times in a cast. No?
I mean, yeah, very true.
Look, Sam, of the casters in World League of Legends, the person who is most likely to say a stupid word is you, Sam.
Probably.
Okay, stupid.
Okay.
Silly word,
Hysterics?
not stupid. That's true. But if I'm gonna learn an actual new word,
yeah,
that's gonna be from you, Sam.
I don't think snipperings is actually a proper word.
Oh,
Alex.
so then that's a neologism, which is a word.
That's correct. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
He put it down and immediately queued. Okay, thank you, Jurgen. I appreciate the clarification there from chat. And yes, we do read all of our chats as well, so if you'd like to chime in, let us know your opinion sometime you're in. But ZDC, pulling the ult out, forcing the leap strike away.
Again, caught on the turret with it, doesn't have a counter strike, and the needle's held. Really smooth stuff from EDG. They've got 3 grubs as well. This turret is dead to rights.
Just after the plates have fallen, of course, they fell off a minute ago, but ZDZ has been the primary reason why EDG have pulled ahead in this game, winning the early trades versus Hoya. Right there, very accurate needlework to make sure Hoya had no chance of getting out of there alive. And EDG are now up. They're up 3k already. They're going to get in a turret as well before TT are even finished with the outer one on bot side. This is brutal, because all of that gold is going into, as we were talking about earlier, a very unique champion from top lane. One that scales like an absolute beast in that Gwen. 2-0-1, 2 kills, and we're into a pause. So we'll throw our camera back on as well. Hello everyone, how's it going? Yeah, we exist. Hello, hi. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We're brothers, we cast League of Legends, and yeah, thank you for the subs earlier. That'll come through onto the Wait, snippering is like simping except for... Oh, okay. I get what that chat means now. I'll put the chat on as well, so people again don't think that we're just speaking to the voices in our heads, which sometimes we are. But
I just thought I was doing snipping, but with a weird ending. That's good to know.
I don't have any follow-up to that, Sam. I don't have any follow-up to that. Oh, you know what? We do some pause trivia. We do some pause trivia sometimes.
Oh, do you? Do you pause trivia?
I have some pause trivia. This one's not LPL trivia, but we can. Okay, Born champion. You might have seen this on Reddit, so if you have seen this, don't cheat.
Ooh.
Okay, so
can I go?
No, I want chat to do this. So, pause trivia, folks. Because we're in a pause, we do some pause trivia. There are 4 champions in League of Legends which have the word shadow in their ultimate. Who are they? Now, this was on Reddit, so don't go check it up there. But because we're in pause, I could do that. There are 4 champions No, it is not Zed. Zed's ult is Deathmark.
Yeah.
4 champions with a shadow in there.
Got one already.
Okay, one of them I think, yeah, there are a couple which are a little easier to get. There are some which you think they should. Like Kane, it's Umbral Trespass. It's not, which again, he's the Shadow Assassin, is everything about Shadow. The 2 Shadow Assassins in the game are not that. Mordekaiser, Realm of Death. Nocturne is Paranoia. Senna, Dawning Shadow, that's one of them. You have one of them. Senna has Dawning Shadow. So we have Senna. Yep, we have Shadow. Veigar, no, that is Primordial Burst. So we have Senna. No, Zed is Deathmark. Zed is Deathmark.
TikTok, you got any ideas?
Yeah, we have to look over there to look at TikTok, so that's on a separate
the reason I'm looking at that.
So if you see us looking over there, we're looking at TikTok, by the way. But yeah, if you're over on Onivia or over on YouTube, let us know. Talent, there you go. Shadow Assault for Talent, there you go. We'll have to continue this after. There you go. And we'll get ourselves back into game. But if you get us JD Blue, you've got a third one as well. Of course, Vex is also part of that list too. And there's one more, which I thought would be the easiest one.
It's Hecarim, of course.
Onslaught of Shadows.
Indeed,
there you go. So the four champions with Shadow in their name. And you know what? Someone in TikTok got that as well.
Oh, they did? Yeah, well done, Io.
Good job, Io. Yeah.
Io, correct.
Quick potential fight in the mid lane. Flash away from Feather as we were to finish off that thing. So yes, 4 champions have Shadow in their ultimate name. They are Hecarim, Onslaught of Shadows, Vex, which is Shadow Surge. You have Senna with Dawning Shadow, and the last one, Talon Shadow Assault. Herald's been started up. TT on it first. Hoyer on the flank. Maybe TT can show us what they can do in the team fights.
That there comes the curtain. Ball engage on the other side. To set up Magnustone Bone. To set up needs to start running away. Shao Hao burns the Crescent Guard. Herald secured. CDC in the back line now throwing out some more needles. Beginning to get a lot of damage done. Quickness comes on down. They do bring down Palkia. There goes down that counter strike from Hoyer, but he's in the middle of 4 members and will die doing it. Herald for 2. They do at least get 1 back for TT, but it's only their first kill of the game, and it's still not clean.
And it's Herald for 3. Hoyer goes down, Aki and Feather. So it's 3 for 1 in the fight. TT get the Herald, but it's not worth it. It's just not worth it at this point. I don't think I've seen very often a Gwen this early into the game make this much of an impact. ZDZ has been ruining the side lanes, and right here, getting 4-man needleworks across the team fight, that is unplayable. Satab dodges out on that Q, but doesn't dodge out on the combo after that. Satab down to half HP, and a big amount of their damage is immediately gone. He doesn't really want to fight at that point. And look at this needlework after that point. Just shredding through the backline. And though Palkia goes in and dies, his job's done. His job's done. He's managed to lock the enemy team up for long enough, and EDG walk away with 3 kills.
I thought Feather had gotten out, and there is a dancing grenade followed him through the army, and he went down at the back end of it all. Palkia now being exhausted and run out. There's the Realm Wolf. I don't think he's getting out this time, so TT getting a little bit of something on the board. The problem is elsewhere, Shao is picking up a dragon.
Alright, so it's some gold back for TT, and while the support is dead, now you can use the Herald. This is not bad from TT, to the point actually where Palkia's dead, Herald's in mid lane, Jackie can walk down to the bot side of the map, they'll kill mid lane turret and get the dragon. This is a good turnaround for TT now. They needed something to get some wind into themselves, because they were getting blown out in this game.
Important that. Nice little sequence from them, getting the pick onto Palkia in his jungle. Not quite sure how he ended up isolated there again. The start of that was in the middle of the replay, so we'll have to assume he was a little unwise about where he was wandering by his lonesome. As a result, dragon, turret, and of course that kill going on down is good news. Still down 4,000 gold. A few good things there going the way of TT.
Okay, back onto the map now. Hex Flash setup does have Flash. Not a very high HP turret though. He's just hopped over the wall. Yeah, that's a dead rise. He's gonna have a flash. I don't think anyone's really gonna help him. Arn's walked into Aki. Setup flashes. I don't think that's a useful use of that summon. It goes down anyway.
Angel still very high HP there. It's not the Seraphs to go through. He's trying to like straight out for the kill. I just don't think it's happening. Only of course no TP. Aki turned around. I don't really see what the thought process there was. I think we're rising, gonna be a bit slippery. Here we go in the picture-in-picture. Arn does end up in danger from the Trundle, but burns the heal and just runs away. Subjugate down, into the fight we go again. Out comes the Featherstorm. Crescent Guard comes on down. Curtains are also called. Flash over the feathers, and an audacious charge brings down the Trundle. Did not have the Subjugate because he used it on Arn about a minute ago.
EDG are approaching the map in such a better way. I think we can see a little bit, we saw a little bit of the macro coming out from TT post that Herald where they felt they had an opening, but it's so hard to play the game from such an early disadvantage. There is a 2,000 gold lead in mid lane. There's a 2,000 gold lead in jungle. And top lane, which is meant to be a scaling matchup, is ahead 1.5k as well. EDG, they're just slumbering through this game at this point. Okay, no, they're not slumbering, but they can just go into autopilot in this game. That's what I wanted to say, actually, because they're just so far ahead. Xiaohao Palkia, oh, it's the Monster Energy Blast Cone. It's the Mega Cone. Immediately gets the ult out of the Xayah, which means that it's very hard to fight back into the choke point. I love what Palkia is bringing to EDG. I think this guy has been such a fun revelation in the first 2 series we've seen from him. I hope he keeps it up. Seeing some new fresh blood into the support pool of the LPL is very important. It's not a role we have a lot of depth in our region.
On the other side here, you're looking at TT and you're going, that there is a 3-man core trying to take control of their jungle again. Like, I don't think they did all that much wrong there per se. Like on a basic, this is what you're in this position in the game, it's already going to be lower percentage place. Walking by your wolves as a 3-man unit to put vision down seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it does. You think, okay, well, it's 20 minutes into the game. It's not like they can go for the hyper big engage. Again, if there is going to be a rival energy drink sponsor in League of Legends, because we have the Red Bull Diamond Power Plant for most esports events, we should have the Monster Energy Blast Cone for Camtech Rift, because that thing has not been watered by normal things. That must have had the toxic waste poured on it as a young sapling.
Watch it be a Red Bull can that they add in. You step on it, goes, and you go like flying with wings on your back.
Could you imagine like a esports grave skin where his smoke screen is just a spinning can of energy drinks?
I could see it.
That'd be very fun.
Gamer Graves.
Gamer Graves.
Could we just have a gamer skin line?
Setab. Can they get the cancel? So close. So close. Stepped out of the ultimate, which would have bopped him up as well. Satab gets the tower, gets out.
Nice work there from Setup to get out. A little bit frustrated with Palkia. I think he thought he'd done all the hard work there and he couldn't quite get the timing right. Might be a poor old Cream yesterday who went flashing over the wall to get a kill and just was about half a second late with the rocket belt.
On the Akali. God, by the way, if you didn't catch the Game 3 of Top Esports vs Invictus Gaming yesterday, flick back.
That's dangerous. Aki's got a subjugate. It doesn't matter. Flashes into his own grave.
The Atakan helping out with the slow on the kills and the people around them too. Of course, EDG did pick up the Atakan and they have a ton of extra adaptive force. And XP with that too. They have gold value outside of what's shown on the gold on the top of the screen. They have 32 petals with the extra 25% value on them compared to just the 7 of TT, which I think you were saying, is it 500 gold for 10 petals, was it?
I think it's about 1,000.
Okay,
something like
that.
So
call it about 25 is 2.5k up. Hoya going in for the will be a 1v3 onto ZDZ. Yeah, they will get this kill.
Easy now in a spot of bother. Does get a fair amount of needles out. Doesn't have any more to work with. And the counter strike comes on down. Decent amount of healing, but there's a locket there at the end of it all, just in case a snip was about to come on through. Takes their time to do it though. That wasn't a very fast kill on the Gwen.
I might open up mid lane turn and one extends caught.
He's got a flash, will need to burn it, but just doesn't get a chance and decides, look, if I burn it here, it's not going to be around for an objective. I just have to give up the death. Now someone's TP'd into this. Hoya does get out to safety. Turret goes down. Is now in a scary spot. Has got flash himself. Setup being zoned away here as Angel gets a fair amount of work done. He's got a third of his HP left. This is getting a bit scary. Vitalize is a nightmare at this point. We've seen more and more people pick it up, and the Unraveled Earth comes on through, and Unravel was what remains of Setup's health bar.
Xiaohao walking forwards. Kind of scary, actually, when the Xin Zhao can walk forwards into your Trundle. But Aki is 0-4-1 and is down 2.5k gold lead in a matchup which the Trundle's meant to win. The Xin Zhao is not meant to win against the Trundle realistically. I guess the Xin Zhao has some ways to play it out, but you're never meant to be favored. Flick out of that brush, ended up getting that kill for Angel in the extended trade. All that Rilo is helping secure that. Dragon will get picked up by EDG as well. So they have 3 grubs, even in 2 dragons now, which is what TT sort of traded those grubs for earlier, more dragon priority. And EDG are still up, 2 towers, huge amount of pressure on the map. Look how many wards they have in the bot side jungle of TT. Can't go anywhere without being seen at this point. and this is how 1xn got caught. Dangerous way to rotate. You've just sent 3 people bot side, including a teleport. You do not get to walk through contested areas of the jungle like that. That is very bold from 1xn, who's punished for it.
And especially because you just saw 3 members bot side. I guess the thinking is, look, if I go this way, we've got Dragon coming up, we've got people roaming up from the bot side river. This is my timing to move down. Unfortunately,
If his name was Julius Caesar, he would have been Roman up.
into Nymaera.
You're so funny, you say in chat.
Yeah.
There's such
Friends, I'm trying to remember the Latin for friends, Roman countrymen, and I can't remember what countryman is.
Well, Palkia would like some of those countrymen, as a
Amici Romani.
exhaust was dropped onto him by Feather as well. As TT will not able to take down the Tribune of EDG.
You're not a legate. I don't actually know, or a consul.
I don't have enough information.
Yeah,
on that,
well,
so. You know,
was it the 2 tribunes?
Tribunes were the you had tribunes who were like the tribunes were big ones.
So who's the rival tribune in this game?
I don't know.
If we've got 1xm being Caesar.
Well, I guess the other one would be more like Pompey, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so who's Pompey? Have to be an EDG.
Well, yeah, but I don't think anyone in EDG has deserved that right now, Sam. I think we have, the what's we call it, Maximus. What title did he give himself? Pontifex Maximus. That's the one where he became head of state and the
Pope.
And the Pope, basically. Yeah,
that's still the Pope's title.
Look, okay, we can talk about Roman history another time. Baron's about to get down. Let's see what CT can do to respond.
2k HP has just gone. We'll not be able to get into the pit, and now we can return to our Roman Empire discussions. Probably not. We've got a fight potentially coming up as we have a little bit of fun here. Aki is going to get eviscerated. Well-timed pressing guard to deny Feathers engage. Throws down the quickness, but to what end? Hoya still hit with the bullets. And Xiaohao picks up his 5th for the game. So we need to look for more. Crash down. Magnet Storm. Shot back onto Setab. And he will ensure he dies while Palkia trades his life out. But the Rise is a bigger prize than the Rel at this point.
EDG's Legion loses their Equites as the Horseman of Rel goes down. But it is a worthy trade. Gets an extra kill under that tower. And EDG will march on the warpath forwards.
Onto the turrets we go. Base broken. The Legion marches forwards, decimating all that stand in their way. Don't you dare start talking about decimation and what it means. Him at a turret number 2 will fall afterwards.
Of all the things you could say, that one annoys me somehow the most. EDG will back off. It won't be the death blow here. They'll take a triumph back towards their capital. And they'll stop before they cross the river as well. You know, you don't go, what's the river they went across? The Rubicon. They don't cross the Rubicon. Very symbolic, that one.
The Rubik's Cube, yeah.
Yeah, they'll go across the
Rubik's
Rubicon.
Cubes.
You know when that meme went around, which was, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? My problem is, I know that, I think some people are playing it. I do genuinely think about the Roman Empire quite a lot. It was one of my hyperfixations in the past. They're too brutal. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I did try to do the Friends countries Roman Indian.
Friends countries Roman and
Friends. Oh no.
I mean, this game is an 11,000 gold lead for EDG. Really enjoyed what they've been showing in the last 2 series. First 2 days of the split. I know it's not a large sample size, but they're coming out confidently. I've liked their draft. I've loved how responsive their macro player's been, and their team fighting's been good too. Doing that with a rookie on their side of Palkia, this apparent prodigy coming up from, not even coming up from LDA. He played a couple of games, I think, in Asia Masters. That's all he's had. Very little gameplay.
Asia Masters, Nest.
On NEST, rather. Very few games from him. He's had such a good performance in the first few games.
Angel picked up the Magi's 4 items deep at this point. 3.5 on the Jin. And this Gwen is not exactly any weaker. What on earth do you do as Thunder Talk Gaming here? They'll throw down a Rune Present onto the Rel, who maybe will fall, but no. And Xiaohao flashing to secure on the other side. Hoya gets onto one. Couple autos down, but again, just doesn't have enough remaining. Arn managed to get a captive audience down before Arn, or rather, Hoya could do all that much. Who had to flash out, still gets hit by the curtain call. Aki's there, as is 1xn, at least gets one back. Maybe could get another, but it is a feel-good moment at the back end of a feels-bad game. And EDG decisively the victors in game 1.
Conquering the Nexus. EDG first game walk in the park. I really want to praise ZDZ. I know that the later the game went, kind of the less I got about the Gwen, weirdly, because it's more about the engaged combos, but that Gwen was absolutely pivotal to how EDG played out that game. I really enjoyed his gameplay there. Him and ZDZ, we talked about them as a duo, which have played together an awful lot, and we've got a duo which have cast together an awful lot as well. Hello, my name's Nymaera, that's Initialise, talked about a couple of times throughout the game, and we are brothers that cast League of Legends. We're professional commentators, and we use our, that's our pause trivia, I can take that off now as well. Yeah, and you know, we thought we'd use our co-streaming rights for the LPL to bring you a stream of the LPL with as good a quality casting that we can provide, and hopefully enjoy that too. You know, there is that thing, no official LPL broadcast anymore. There are streams like ourselves and LPL English, which are trying to fill the gap of that. We're live currently on Twitch, on YouTube, and on TikTok as well, so if you're enjoying in any of those locations, as well as also Onivia's YouTube, the highlight channel over there as well. We hope that you've found, we're finding you well on this stream. We hope you're enjoying some LPL action. Sam, do you need a break right now?
I could use a coffee.
I was about to say, I could tell you need some caffeine, Sam. You go do that.
I'm genuinely a little... I had my alarm set for 8 a.m. I was going to be up early.
Yeah, Sam, you were.
I was going to be... And I was
so luckily, for LPL, this splits. Saturdays are our 3-series day, but we don't have a second 3-series day on the regular week schedule, which is good.
Yeah.
Because it was really, really painful when we had Saturday and Sunday both being 3-series days.
It was a bit rough, yeah.
So we were doing sometimes 18-game weekends. And we do try and cast this every day. Now, we enjoy doing it. We do really like casting League of Legends, but doing it every day is...
it's tough.
It's a push. Okay, you go get your coffee.
I'll just quickly say hello to TikTok. I'll basically say finally got an LPL TikTok or live on TikTok. So you're very welcome on that one. And who's playing later today? We've still got Weibo versus Top Esports.
Yeah, so we have. So this is kind of like our. This is our undercard, you know. And then our main matchup later in today will be Weibo versus Top Esports. And the fun thing about that matchup is that both of those teams have traded supports to each other. So Top Esports let go of Crisp, their support, who they won LPL with in Split 1 of this year, and now he's gone over back to Weibo, where he went to Worlds Finals back in 2023, and he was there for the World Semi-Finals in 2024 as well, whereas it was Hung who was on Weibo for most of this year, who's then gone over to Top Esports. I'm not going to say they look good versus Invictus Gaming. They struggled through that series. They ended up coming through with a win. And yeah, they won their first series in day 1. How do you watch League on vertical screen? So we actually have it in landscape over on TikTok right now, so you can just flip it over that way. I didn't really want to figure out the vertical scene. I have thought about doing that, but yeah, I basically, I want to see how the algorithm treats landscape lives compared to portrait. I think portrait is meant to be better for, yeah. I think portrait is kind of meant to be better for viral stuff, but I figured it's just easier for me to just take a capture card out of what's coming out of OBS, whack it onto TikTok, and then just call it that easy. I figured that would be the easiest thing to do, you know. So that's what we've done. That's what we've done. Yeah, so we have EDG, BTT, and then we have Top Esports, Weibo. Really good game from ZDZ. I think ZDZ is my MVP, honestly. Let's see who's worse between the two worst supports in the league. I mean, Hung was actually okay yesterday, which surprised me. Also, I don't know if you can call them the worst supports in the league when, I mean, who else exists? I think Dwo's been on pretty bad form still. And Xiao Chef Ultra Prime's probably down there too. Oh, I need to do adverts as well, oops. Okay, I'm sorry, Xiao Chef's just not impressed me that much right now. Hey, they used to have Niket, and I liked Niket, but that didn't run its course, did it? Or it did run its course and just didn't really get that much of it. sucks. So I'm not going to do that on... So, Kazel, I'm just going to say this now for people in chat. I'm not going to be talking or interacting with anything EWC. I have huge moral complaints about the tournament. So, for me personally, I'm not going to do that. And in my Twitch chat, I mean, I'm not going to respond to any comments about that or anything like that. So, that's my stance. Sam might have a different view, but I'm personally not going to interact with anything there. Okay, so that's game 1 done. I'm just going to do some words on stream now as well. So yes, if you're on TikTok, this is where, oopsies, that's, hang on a second, let's just make sure that's, oh, I should have turned that thing off to the thing. Okay. Okay, so we do sometimes, oh, who's our MVP? Yeah, we'll do that first. Xiaohao played well. He did play well. So yeah, during breaks, folks, during breaks we don't do as much. We try to chill out a little bit because obviously we're on air for 8 hours a day. We can't always do everything, but we do sometimes play some games with chats, and that will sometimes be stuff like words on stream, which, I actually don't know how to do words on stream. I guess, I don't know how you do that on phone from TikTok. You can click the QR code, but normally you need to... Yeah, I don't know how you get the QR code from that onto TikTok. Anyway, we'll go on break quickly, I guess. Okay, Xiaohao walks away with MVP. He did have a very good game. He was up a ridiculous amount of gold. However, I personally think ZDZ was the more important member of the team this game. Okay, so for those of you who would like to support the stream, please like, comment, subscribe, whatever's appropriate for the platform. And also we do have a Ko-fi as well, so you can find that in Twitch chat, YouTube chat, or just under the links on channels, stuff like that. Okay, cool. Let's chill out for a little bit. Got a bit of a break, and we can chill. We can chill. Let's play our word game as well. Play locally or what's whatever. This is fine. Gonna turn camera off for a little bit. You know the rules. You know the rules. And so do I.
好久不见。
We can finally be bees.
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测，助你赢1000元耳机。
京东。
Wow, that's not a long break at all, actually. What do you mean it's a minute and a half break? Ah, here's what it is. And once again, thank you everyone for tuning in on TikTok. And I know I said this before, but if you are on watching on TikTok or YouTube, if you can put on the TikTok stream in the background, it does make a huge amount of difference to us. It does make a huge amount of difference. Just put it on muted on the background if you can. Makes a lot of difference to us. Who do you think is a player capable of having a big glow up regionally and internationally with the right team like Shanks? I do think 1xN was one of those players. I don't know nowadays. I think Leave can do. I think Leave was spectacular at points. Who else? Really interested to see what happens with Monkey. I think Monkey's really impressed me actually. Vampire plays on lock cam, so you know. Sadly, not everyone can be as delusional as all the Vampire supporters out there. I say that with a grin on my face.
Get to 2 items, God forbid 3 items, and then ricochet your way to victory. It can be very, very dangerous. The response then is a rapid lock-in of the Kai'Sa to go alongside the Nautilus.
And the Kai'Sa is very good at engage and disengage because you can always just ult backwards, or in this case, ult out of the Cataclysm too. So you're going to run Barrier or the Cleanse. Probably the Cleanse versus the Leona actually. So you're going to Cleanse, you're going to ult, get a lock it from the Nautilus. And I think that TT, I think that Goose is cooked. I think this is a composition where you must kill the backline on your initial engage. I think there's too much disengage.
That means our first item spikes, I think, from Thunder Talk have to be valuable. Can we get good first few ultimates out of Rumble? I know when Rumble was back in meta a little while ago, probably like season 6-ish even, there was that conversation about, look, what happened to your first 2-3 Rumble ultimates of the game? Did they get value? Tick. Did they not? Oh, damn. It's changed a little bit. Rumble feels like he scales a lot better than he once did. He gets a lot of burn value. The IU, hell yes. Lights, cameras, and pending action coming your way. You might be seeing a bit of a resurgence here for EDG, but again, only 3 games deep.
Fnatic EDG used to be a hell of a rivalry, didn't it? Also, I know it's a little bit tangential, but Shushay forever.
Hell yes.
I remember you still. Celebrate what you did for our team. Let's get on to that rift. EDG TT Game 2.
Not quite JDG's Curse You Bale, but that's not bad from EDG's chant leader. I approve. Okay. A little bit of an interesting start there. Arn hanging around the corner, preventing easy ingress onto him. They want bush control early on. Jarvan, bot side start worth noting. Looking to play around the pressure of Hoya. There is a world where this is a Jarvan with a red buff. You could level 2 gank. It's been a hot minute since that was a regular thing. But you can do it.
Looking now at this early game, as we did say, hey, Rumble needs to get good first ultimates of the game. What's going to lead to that? Well, good early laning phase will help. First strike for Hoya. It's okay versus that top lane matchup. It's not necessarily about the side lane pressure later. It is about, again, just getting that first item just a little bit quicker. Getting to that second item a little bit quicker too. Aki, quick invade. Gone towards red buff. Immediately jump into the enemy jungle. Wukong is not good at fighting at level 2. Needs the level 3 and honestly needs a little more than that. One item is where you really start to take off. Aki has always been that gremlin jungler which wants to get involved early. Aki isn't going to be able to steal the Gromp. Could still, I think he could. Aurora's got great control of mid lane. Xiaohao, he's not going to get into smite range. He's going to take the small raptors first, and that means at least he's going to be able to get that.
Smite available. Neither jungler going to press it.
But Xiaohao did manage to get the small raptor there. The small wolf rather.
Yeah.
Xiaohao's just going to say, right, it's not worth my time. Going to go towards the top side, take red buff. Now the problem is, I don't know whether he can go towards the top camps on the other side, because Rumble should get the bounce back at level 4 once you get that second level in Flame Spitter, and Satan will have control of early lane versus the Victor. Will teleport back, have full HP. I don't think Xiaohao is going to get access to topside camps of Aki.
With the priority early, we asked Thundertool to get something done. This will count. You can see the Wukong's not getting any value there. Managing to Force some slower clears. Again, does kind of put Jarvan on a bit of a weird timer himself. Not always the fastest clearer here, and we'll be able to path towards that top and probably then back down bot to get those Krugs would be my thinking, or maybe even just reset and just do a second full clear a little later on. Looking from Valkyrie, but the turnaround for Feather solid there as the Aftershocks proc, and in the end it is that Nautilus who eats significantly more damage.
Really like the fact that TT have put 1xN onto a hyper carry too. He has been a very good hyper carry player for TT. It's been a little bit hard to see him kind of struggling during this recent episode of TT after Beichuan left. I think it's been one of the biggest fall-offs because of that. Can't necessarily blame him. You know, a team which was looking promising suddenly just capsized because your leader, your general, your jungler ends up leaving. Gromp will finally get finished by Xiaohao now, I believe, as it's not like, hang on. If Feather had switched over to something like it's not quite that point in the game, but just imagine he switched over to Smite just for that one moment. Would have been very bad, Sam.
Would have been really, really obnoxious. He does have the heal. He could have switched. Actually, does it have to be after 6 minutes? You have to switch. I forget when the first switch can come on.
360 seconds, I thought it was. That would be
6 minutes.
Something like that, yeah.
I think, yes. Yes, it is. Math in my brain is too hard.
6 times 60, yeah. That's the one.
Oh, that one all works.
I don't want to spend too much time on this again, but I did see another comment in chat. Like, I am not going to be talking about EWC because I have issues with that tournament, which I don't think I need to explain, and I don't want to talk about that while we got LPL. So just to kind of like, if you see other people asking about it in chat, that's the reason why. I won't mention it again during the stream, but I just want to put that on the record, so we're on the same page. And we'll get back into it. 1xM got that first, gets the cull on the first spec, as does Arn, so both AD carries scaling up, getting some extra benefit. Look.
That they are. 1xM is up here on this little lane top. That's the first scuttle crap. Xiao, I don't know. How wrong? Xiao, there's too many Xiaos in this league sometimes. Will not be able to get a hold of that scuttle crab is where I was going with that sentence. It took me a moment to finish it up.
Yeah. I mean, it's been really good early pathing by Aki to get ahead of Xiaohao. He's got the double scuttle, he got steal away of the large wolf as well, and he's managed to stop Xiaohao from getting into his jungle to take back those camps in the way that we said before. I think that having the early winning lanes for TT has been a big bonus for them, and Aki's leveraged that well. I think I underestimated that a little bit coming out of draft, how much the early winning lanes and a jungler which can fight early too could make the difference. So Xiaohao, a half level behind it. Aki, Dragon's going to get started. The Xiaohao is trying to recoup something of that farm speed.
What it basically means here, I think for Xiaohao in particular, is that look, he just can't be involved on the map for the next few minutes. He's got to spend more time being efficient about farming, or you're just not going to get into the game. If you give up too much now to try and make plays around the map, make your farming paths too awkward, you just will be so anemic, and you can't have that on the Wukong. Your laners right now have to fend for themselves.
And they do. Although, look, EDG, if they get through to their team fights, I think they're in a great spot. But they do need to get through this early game. Last game, TT blown out in the early game, despite the fact that EDG were playing a bit more of a scaling composition because their top laner. This time, not necessarily just about their top lane. And yeah, I feel like TT really need to leverage this part of the game.
Goes ZDZ. Whack some minion a few times. Hit some minions.
Yeah, woo! I mean, that's the goal right now. PvE League of Legends is a real thing sometimes.
What's the best PvE creep?
What do you mean?
Well, like, what's the best thing to hit?
What
minion?
Last thing a cannon always feels good.
It is pretty good, but you don't do that very often, do you?
I'll have you know, I'm very efficient at farming cannons.
Hey, anyone in Twitch chat, can you do an exclamation mark cannon for me? Just
I'm saving them for later is what I've done.
Thank you, Mecha
Saving
Fanboy.
them for later,
Can I read it out, Al?
Sure.
Nymaera has in fact never missed a cannon minion. It may seem that he has missed a cannon minion. That he's in fact missed 46 cannon minions this stream.
I've never reset the counter.
But that is your eyes failing to comprehend that the missed minion has been set aside in a dimensional pocket for a later game. Be more impactful. What can this person not do?
I don't know. What can't I do? There's so many things which I have unlocked the secrets of the universe for. Feather on the roam, out of vision. This is actually a point where it's quite dangerous for EDG. They're not that far behind in overall gold, but again, and level 6 has now been hit by Xiaohao. This is the danger point though, when the ET are flashing out of vision.
to the shield of Daybreak. But the turnaround from Xiaohao getting that Cyclone down. Gets more damage onto Aku's flashed and goes down regardless. Burns his Cataclysm and it doesn't even go off.
Huge mistake by Aki in his debut series on Thunder Talk. He had a great early start versus Xiaohao, and this was a dangerous point for EDG. This is where TT were meant to be making the big play. But Xiaohao recoups his XP, puts his head down, starts farming, hits level 6, and that Cyclone was absolutely instrumental for EDG in the mid lane play.
Massive turnaround, and suddenly all of the good work, all undone. EDG out ahead of the curve. Let's have a look again, because it looked like Valkyrie just face-checked, but Feather missed.
He misses the Zenith Blade. It's flashes for the Q after. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think the Zenith Blade hitting changes that much. At the end of the day, you still got a Cyclone Wukong over the wall. Crushing blow, smacks down Jarvan down to earth before he can complete the ultimate, and you're absolutely right, still goes on cooldown.
So we're going to put the Cataclysm down, do it, and then flash out. Not that way around. It was really ugly stuff, and that Wukong right back into it, and the farming is going pretty well again here. XM was doing really well, has had to drop a wave or so there as a result of having 3 people in his lane as support being dead.
How galling has it got to be? I'm not going back to talk about Gaul and Romans, you know, but it's galling in general.
Especially Gederick's hours.
How bad has it got to feel that you had such a good jungle advantage, and now suddenly Xiaohao is 600 gold ahead and also ahead in XP. The Wukong will outscale the Jarvan. This is such a good game for the Wukong. There aren't many people that can deal with a fed Wukong in this game. You can hop out of the Cataclysm, you can stop the Flag and Drag, stop the Zenith Blade technically if you pop that ultimate before it completes too. Xiaohao's in a fantastic spot, and TT gave him a freebie.
If you spell shield the wrong thing, say the Nimbus Strike for 1XM. Suddenly get knocked up by the Cyclone afterwards can be very, very obnoxious. 2 charges of it as well means that at some point you will get run at. Lots of difficulties here to negotiate. EDG now in a fantastic spot.
So, Cole's still getting stacked up. Satab in a side lane. The Aurora in a side lane might give TT a fighting chance, because Aurora in side lanes is really annoying. Does well versus the Ornn, going towards likely Leandris first, and then we potentially see something like the Bloodletters after. Bloodletters will then give you some extra ability to dunk down with the Rumble Equalizer harder. Actually, either of them go towards that Bloodletter. It's kind of like the AP Black Cleaver. Dragon up in 30 seconds. No, I wouldn't put it past EDG wanting to fight it. They want to. They can give it up if they want. Giving up 2 dragons, don't think they want to do that for free. They have level 6 on everyone now. Angel's teleported back in. Doesn't have himself a Rod of Ages. Once he gets that, maybe it'll help a little bit more. Again, the Rod of Ages is not the best thing on completion, right? But EDG do have some options.
Decent amount of damage there. Xiaohao.
Onto the clone.
Yes. Yeah, I was about to tell you actually if it was just the clone, but you know, Palkia gets jumped on, tries to turn some damage back, but flashes out. Earns a bit there to make sure he survives, but does get out alive.
So Palkia uses these summoners. That will make it pretty hard to engage now, I think. TT still have all of their big ultimates. There's helper coming in from the Rumble. That could be a problem if you choose to go for the Searing Charge right now. In fact, if I were EDG, I would have just charged onto Hoya, used that ultimate from the Kaiser, and see if you can take that Equalizer out of play. EDG, I don't think you should be fighting this. I think you should let this go.
Thinking about it, Nautilus nearly back. Within 5 seconds he'll be here. Spider Naughting his way forward. Hoya on a really good angle for a good Equalizer setup though. What on earth is that? That is a disaster from the Aurora. The Equalizer sucks on the other side. A little bit of damage onto Arm, but he's still got Cleanse and Flash and all these things. And actually it's Angel, I apologize, who's being jumped at because of course the Arm Kaiser gets flying to the backside with a Killer Instinct. Palkia now looking to get behind the play. 1XM going to clear out the wave as they go. Hoya, Scrap Shield already burned. Needs to be wary. Does this Rumble. He's been smoked and he will go down. It's the Nautilus that picks up the kill.
EDG just want to fight with, again, scaling lanes without the Chaos Storm and without the Depth Charge. I don't know how they do it. TT, their vision control around that play was not acceptable, and Satab gets caught out by a wonderful Hex Flash from the Nautilus, which takes him out of the equation. I think EDG, I think they've just shown they have a better approach to the map. They have a much better awareness of where the fight is won and lost around these objectives. Credit to them. I said they shouldn't fight this. They had the vision control with the Nautilus coming back from base at full HP, and the Hex Flash, even without the ultimate to follow up on it, was more than enough to make sure the Aurora wasn't going to be a game-changing factor. Yes, Angel has jumped on the other side, but it's just an equalizer onto him. That should have been the AoE ult from Hoya. TT don't get the damage they need to across the whole team.
While the Pyce gets a flying on the other side, while Hoya is 1v1ing Angel, and that's all well and good. And I do get that actually the play's happening on the side. Maybe you're not getting there. Maybe you just go for the all-in and get something. But the answer is you don't get anything. And that really, really sucks.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Your office full of half-built things. Which one takes on chocolate, Alex?
No one will ever quite do it like Gian Wilder. Gotta go. Did you ever watch Plays and Saddles, by the way? Because in that. I tell you what.
We watched it together.
Tell you what. Oh yeah, we did. So, bit of an uncomfortable watch in this day and age, I will say. But Gene Wilder, great actor. I love that guy. And very good in Willy Wonka, of course.
Indeed he was. What else did I see Jim in?
I have to say, those are the only two movies that I remember. Because we were, obviously, we were only really watching movies.
What do you think about
Uncle
Uncle Joe, Alex?
What do you mean you could just jump out of it? You know there's a whole subreddit dedicated to Uncle Joe hate. Angel's gonna have Xiaohao come down to protect him. 2-0-2 on the Wukong. Triforce completed for Xiaohao. This Wukong is just taking off. And the problem is now, Aki's just going to immediately evaporate and Xiaohao can run over the fight. This is such a jungle diff. Such a jungle diff.
It's very frustrating because actually the early play, the early plan was clearly pretty clear from TT. Early pushing lanes, mess with the Wukong. Use that to snowball out to a solid early game lead, and that has categorically not happened. That mid lane misplay has gotten worse and worse after the Dragon fight also went wrong, and now we're in a position where there's 2,000 gold up. Early objectives going at least the way of Thunder Talk. I'll give them that. We've not talked about that too much, but they have got those early dragons. They did get the grubs as well, so they've actually gotten all of the early objectives. So there is that going for them. So, you know, objectives for gold in that sense. It's not like Thunder Talk haven't got anything at the back end. There's just not really been as much on screen.
Yeah, question quick, Twitch chat. What happened to TT? Well, they lost their leader and their general in Beichuan. He went to BLG. And while I was happy for Beichuan at the time, obviously that's not been a success story over there. So BLG have still had the same issues they had before. They've just changed a member and not integrated as well as they would have needed to. So now Beichuan left TT, who were looking pretty decent before that. And now Aki came in from NIP. They've made some big roster changes over there. We're yet to see them in a series. We'll see if that's worked out in the positive for them. Walking up towards top river. Does have Wukong behind him with a level advantage now as well. Boots and Triforce completed. Xiaohao, he's set up for. He can be a late game carry. He can actually do the damage that can win the team fights.
Eyes on him. He can be a menace to say the least. Setup. To the other side, looking to help spot things out. Xiaohao, so looking to keep these wards alive. Mid lane shove being fought over right now. And again, you are into a Sivir. Generally speaking, she wins those.
Yeah, waves don't exist anymore. They just get deleted instantly. Just into the shredder. And I do think, you know, 1xM has his call completed. Maybe there's a team fight where EDG don't shut down the Sivir and Sivir gets value. Problem is, you typically need 2 items for that to become more noticeable, and 3 items where that's genuinely game winning.
When it's a win con, yeah.
You're currently at 1 item. Your Culls pops, sure, that's good. I just don't know if Sivir's ever going to realistically be able to get that kind of free hit time, especially at that kind of item mark. I don't think she's going to safe to get to that mark. Aki in the bot side. Angel has flash. Xiaohao's around the corner. I don't think this is a great winning angle for them either.
A bit ugly. Feather now in danger. The Eclipse times out, trying to speed away with the Spellbook Ghost. Just get out to safely.
Succeeding.
Leaving Hoya a little bit out to dry. Angel, though, now in danger. TP coming on forwards. Aki looking for potentially something more. This TP could get a bit ugly. Might well be trapped into the turret, but AZDZ gets to back away. No additional ults pop, just teleport blown.
Dragon spawning. Angel, I like that he drops the ult onto Hoya instead of Aki there, forcing the rumble back. However, now, once again, you're going into a dragon fight without all your ultimates. TT, down HP advantage. Angel teleporting back in, but once again, fighting without one of their ultimates.
See exactly how valuable it is. You've still got Ornot, you've still got Cyclone, some big tools here available. If you can find a decent angle, setup goes across the Veil. They jump onto Palkia, who takes a lot of damage.
Where was that going?
And the Equalizer comes down, does tag on, but that's about it, really.
The Solar Flare in Narnia?
That could have been the extra CC they needed to kill off that Nautilus and maybe go into an Atacon. Here comes the counter engage.
For a big old chunk into the death ray. Feather taken low as DT back away. Or whether that really was much more than I want to hit a lot of people. But it was done.
Where was that solar flare going? It was just...
Black hole sun. Where have you gone?
Sam, unlike the band, that was not a sound ultimate. PDC gonna get traded on the bot side. The Rumble's still doing well in the individual match.
Do some gardening while we pick up that rose while we're there. Silly name, Buns. Good one, thank you, Alex. Did you enjoy that?
Yes, I did. You know what? Funnily enough, I was looking through some kind of more grungy guitar tab the other day. I was looking through some Pearl Jam tabs, also around in the same area. Yeah, of the two of us, I was the grunge.
Yeah,
you
were. I never was that grunge.
I liked feeling emotions.
I was the metalcore person.
Yeah, I got into that later. And then, yeah. Really the Daybreaker album that's really broke turning on for both of us. Alright, Herald being started. EDG no call of the Forge God. Shower going in.
Goes to the back line. Ooh, Jarvan nabs it. Nice to get over the wall. Does Shower burning low, but not quite down. Flashing away. Solar Flare lands onto Battlefield now. Lets it split off. Doesn't have the flash this time. Might be able to turn this around with a hook. Will go down. And Thunder Talk on the board.
Don't love how EDG have been playing out the last few objectives, but TT have been picking up the pieces of EDG, approaching objectives in a much less confident way and using their ultimates less effectively too. No call of the Forge God that last time. Definitely hurt them, and of course before that, no Hailstorm. Hurt EDG a little bit too. Herald into mid lane. TT not that far behind in gold. They take this mid lane out of turret. They feel pretty okay. The flag drag cancelled by the grab.
Oh, and a shove into the wall. The gravity field value was good. Kai'Sa! Killer instinct value. Cleanses away. Beginning to turn around as the Acathian rain comes down and Feather is in danger. Void Seeker wide, but it doesn't damn well matter as Angel picks it up. And all of the good things that Thunder Talk have done come apart like tears in the rain.
And, I'd say they're running on the knife's edge, but sure, we can say they're running on the blade's edge as well. TT, I don't know what happened with Aki's combo there. Did he just miss his flag, or did he time it wrong and get stopped by the gravity field midway through? We'll see in this replay. What happened to Aki? Did he just miss it?
Oh, God.
He just mistimed it. He must have just mistimed it. Aki, what? You can't afford to do that. On also getting hit by the Zenith Blade actually just kills Feather too. Just don't press that E button. Your jungler's dead. Big mistake from TT when I thought they were just back into it.
I don't have nice things to say about that.
No, yeah, and normally I'd say if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all. But in fairness, we're here to analyze the game, and my analysis is that sucked.
Yeah, where's Kobe voice? That sucked.
TT sucked.
Such a Kobe's probably had more than a few iconic phrases.
Oh, hugely so.
I never doubted it was still one of my favorite.
The faithful will be rewarded.
Yeah.
He's had a few. Been around for a very long time, bringing some of the very best casting on. No cleanse. They were trying to punish that. Has his ult flash back up. Mid lane turret will go down. Question from Smertzenkind in chat as well over in Twitch. Is this the same Angel that went to World Finals in Suning? Yes, it was. He was there on 2020. Been an Angel, same team back then. Angel has been very well regarded in the LPL, despite him not being a top mid laner for a very long time. This guy has a good reputation still.
Yeah, he's a good mid laner. I don't know whether he's been a great mid laner for a little bit, but he has also been on an EDG squad that's just generally been struggling. I don't think it's been the same kind of hard carry mid meta of certain years. We've got to have a few more returns. This is Atakan looking to go down. Aki can't quite get there in time.
EDG take that one cleanly. Aki would have had to give his life to look even for a steal, and you don't really want to be doing that right now. I think giving EDG any more positioning on the map is maybe lights out. I know it only looks like it's still a fairly even game. However, 2,000 gold advantage with so much of that being on a Wukong and the Jarvan, who's meant to be a huge part of your engage, being so squishy, means this game for me is very EDG favored. I think that EDG needs to miss position, needs to misuse ultimates for them to have fighting chance. TT walking bot side, maybe they miss position.
On TPing, they want to make this play. Look at Xiaohao, and I think TT might not be able to watch for the Cyclone. It's Category 5, baby. There goes Aki, down for the counter already. No Cataclysm available, and that ironic because it's a Cataclysm, all right. But Thunder Talk, who are grounded in the back end of EDG's damage. Feather needs to back away. Setup tries to go between worlds and just eats a Death Ray for his time. Back away they go to EDG. 3 men to the good.
He's going between worlds, but sadly the place which connects them is the River Styx. Sethab ends up in the underworld with a poor ultimate and a poor fight. TT, they thought they'd found the overextension from EDG. Instead, EDG had left the hook and bait waiting for them. TT lose so many members, that's going to open up the mid lane turrets. And I think EDG just went massively far into the advantage.
And now the mid-tier 1 falls as well. EDG up insane amounts of gold for this point of the game now. That's a little bit over egregious on that statement, but here we are, they're in a solid lead. This is probably what I'm going for. Xiaohao, unspotted, unbothered, able to get all of the value you could ever ask for here on a fabulous engage, followed up with the Ornel. You really can't ask for much more, can you?
Again, it's just the bait being left there. Really well played by EDG. I feel like they've just approached the map in a much more impactful manner.
Setup does his best to be really annoying, but he just can't clear the wave, can't save the turret, and suddenly they're just really out of it. Another dragon goes down on top of everything else. It's just not getting any easier out.
Yeah, and forgive any random noises coming through. We were punching the pulse shield again. It's the way that it is. Sam just has a vendetta against my microphone. Yeah, what you don't see is while the camera is off, we are sat in a bedroom with a mic between us because it turns out that's the most convenient way to do this every day. And Sam, he's horrified by the situation and lashes out in anger and frustration.
The microphone, I'm an excitable human, guys. That's all I say. I move my hands a lot when I cast.
Aki could go for the flash cataclysm. Angel has flash. He's just going to stand and fight.
Flashed out of the solar flare, but okay, well, you do get the Victor flash. Potentially valuable.
You do, but now you have no flash cataclysm, no solar flare, no on the hunt, with a tower still to defend. Xiaohao on the flank with Flash Cyclone, and also Baron coming up in 20 seconds. Parakia misses the hook.
Oh, big damage. Needs to back away, and unfortunate, that's a bit too far.
Yeah, gets punished. I think Xiaohao was looking for the dive there, but Parakia, probably his worst game we've seen out of his ones over the first 2 series so far. Caught out a little bit by Feather. He's managed to CC him up there. EDG did have an opening, which I think there was a winning angle there to take a big fight, then take the Baron afterwards. Couldn't quite find it though. Xiaohao jumping in mid lane.
Oh, Setup goes across the veil, slowed down. There's a flash, there's a cyclone. Don't want a full commit. Aki was around at the back, had burned the flag, actually, so I don't think you've been able to stop all that much about the Cataclysm either, but still.
I think at best you're getting the ultimate from Setup, and you'd have to flash from Xiaohao, and you don't want to commit that, so we're thinking, okay, I'll just take the chunk and we'll deal with that afterwards. Let's check in on item build, because we haven't done that for a little while. Kraken Slayer Rage Blade for Arm, which means he has very good DPS uptime. You've got the double items from Angel, which means he has a bunch of damage and a bunch of HP, which is why he feels like he can just stand and fight in the middle of the Cataclysm. On the other side, though, 3 items Sivir, 2 item Aurora, and the Rumble will be benefiting from the Bloodletter's Curse and Setab as well. TT do have good itemization. They're behind a lot of gold. A lot of that is in jungle, which will be a problem. But TT do have the DPS to win fights now if EDG miss position.
Aki Cataclysm onto the Nautilus. He's trying to buy some time, gets the Astrok down, but I don't think it means all that much. And sticking around on some wards there, trying to make sure they weren't jumping Angel, and said he gets jumped instead.
Yeah, so TT have learned from On's Shen and On's Nautilus at MSI. Turns out you can just pick up the support int every so often and get some good wins out of it. Parakia thought he was safe on his side of the map, stood on a ward, goes down, had no flash to get out of that Cataclysm. Easy kill for TT, gives them a bit more time to look for a winning fight.
And all that much elsewhere, 1.5 minutes until the next dragon. Oh yeah, the Electro Harpoon, and reveals himself in doing so. Gonna get jumped on regardless. Warrior tricks it into Nimbus Strike, and Cyclone Part 2 helps Angel pick up the kill.
Really big brain from Angel. Angel has been a very successful Victor player in his career, and right there just hangs in the very side of the bush, but he thinks he's less likely the Rumble to check with the Harpoon. Shows himself, goes down. EDG can now go towards that Baron, and that 3-item Kai'Sa now with the Terminus will shred this objective.
No TP, did burn the Cyclone and the Chaos Storm. Get dicey here. An Arcane Storm, it all got changed, didn't it? But there we go. Palkia now in a potentially, if it's making sure that Aki cannot get towards Baron, it's a screw by EDG. The fight afterwards looking dicey as well. Feather is a dead man. They don't charge him immediately. Oh, the hook onto Setup. Prevents him from getting to the wall until just now. And On gets to follow up with the Killer Instinct. Bunny Rabbit for dinner.
TT tried to use the Spellbook Smite on the Leona after Aki was CC'd away from the objective by Palkia. Creating space. Turns out Palkia's pretty good at that one. As TT can't get the steal, EDG not only take the Baron, they take a host of kills and will open up onto the map as well. Another fantastic game from Xiaohao. The opportunity around the Baron was opened up by his pick on towards Hoya on the top side of the map, and EDG do just look like they are the far better team here.
Hoya's in danger. EDG coming. Angel also coming on over. That's a level 16 Nautilus Orn. He does a fair amount of damage to the Arcane Storm as well. My god, Angel begins to sting at this point. Tier 2 falls in that top lane.
This should be the end of the series, going up towards 9,000 gold in the advantage. Orn items giving so much extra stats. A dragon on the table too. EDG should feel so happy about their state in the game. And sadly for TT, they were waiting for eventually to get a 3+ item Sivir team fight. 1xN's never been able to get good DPS onto clumped up targets. One of the problems with this composition, every time that Sivir finds a pocket to engage, there's an Ornal over them, there's a Cyclone nearby, there's a mark applied from the Plasma, so they have to stay safe from the Kai'Sa. Too many things keeping the Sivir at bay, and I think with Setup struggling on the Aurora, 2,000 gold behind Angel, TT have run out of threat.
DG tries to get the Searing Charge into the wall, won't quite find it. Also had the Volcanic Rupture there as well, but won't be able to catch anyone out there. Setup desperately trying to get at least a bounty here. Should be able to get this turret. It's been a bit of a pain point for TT. Multiple people caught out around that objective. Stepping on forward, hit by the Electro Harp.
My dude.
And the Boomerang Blade.
My dude, why are you stepping up like that? That is not the play. Still has enough HP to stick around and use the Baron buff. Doesn't really have the HP to go completely ham, but he has a little bit of the lifesteal to help him keep that up.
Ramp Scepters and Terminuses and all those things, so should be okay to get a hold of this inhibitor afterwards. Done so.
Well, back away. Baron buff, 30 seconds left. 4,000 Baron power play. The Cloud Soul close as well for EDG. Took that dragon just before they walked in with these waves. Setup jumping forward to see if he can do anything. He's 4 levels down in mid lane. Angel, the Rod of Ages, the extra farm is doing the Lord's work here, and EDG can use him now on the flank. He's got so much XP, he can be a solo flanking threat.
Damage onto Setup. Angel in danger. Really is he? Just throws down the Hextech Rose. My god, he hurts. Angel throwing out some Siphon powers. In they go, the Killer Instinct in, and down goes the Sivir 1xN. The X marking his own grave at this point. Nexus turrets under siege. EDG convincing again. A little bit slippery perhaps in the mid game, but it was once again a very, very good showing. 4-0, 2 series deep. EDG come into summer with a point to prove.
EDG 2 wins in their first 2 days of summer, and yep, that was a victor from Arcane Performance. 4-level advantage from Angel over Satab in the Victor versus Aurora matchup, and EDG, dare I say it, looking great. This is a team which has got a lot of fans from the history of the LPL. They are playing down in Group Nirvana. These are the weaker pool of teams, but if they play like this and they continue to show right from the off good understanding of the meta, good drafts, good ability to approach the map, I'm going to say one of those stock phrases, I am genuinely excited to see where this team goes. They've looked very good in their first few days of Split 3.
Some changes again. Halkir's coming on in. He's been a bit of a revelation here. We're looking at some of the laners, ZDZ and Xiaohao, also looking a lot more competitive again. Yes, I want to see them against my Peace Morts, my ALs, my IGs, my good options. You know, WE maybe, who were a really good up-and-coming team from last bit. You know, those teams who are towards the upper end of the standings, who had those journeys already this year. You need to see them against those. But for now, against those kind of Nirvana level teams that we saw a little bit, T2 kind of had to take that step back after all of the changes in their own roster that haven't gone the way they were hoping for. They did the business though. Can they do it against better quality teams will be the next step, I think. But I think, am I right in thinking Clearlove, who was their coach, also has moved on to another team as well? Things are just moving on to the back end as well.
Clearlove's gone to JDG, so we have Clearlove and Scout, the 2 EDG icons, both on the same team now. Hello, everyone. We should probably say hi to you as well. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We are brothers, and we're professional League of Legends commentators. So we decided we have LPL co-streaming rights. There's no official LPL broadcast anymore. We'll do that anyway. We've been doing this now for 2 years. We've been doing this for longer than anyone else in the modern era of LPL co-streaming in terms of doing the more official cast. I myself have cast over 1,000 LPL games. You've cast hundreds yourself now at this point, and we like to bring
500.
We like to bring our excitement, our knowledge, and our connection to this league to you as well. We're currently streaming on 4 different locations: Twitch, 2 different places on YouTube, including Onivia's highlight channel, and then also on TikTok as well. So if you're enjoying us over there, I hope you're enjoying it. This is our first couple of days streaming there over on TikTok, and I hope you're enjoying the experience there as well. So second series of the day is going to be Weibo versus Top Esports, much higher level than this series potentially. Top Esports looked a little bit shaky yesterday. We'll get into more of that when it gets through to the pre-game of that in just a few minutes. And yeah, thanks for joining us today, folks.
Well, there we go. So all that. Last little thing on top of that, we have got a new Ko-fi, by the way. So if you want to come and support us in a way that isn't just subbing on Twitch, and please do sub on Twitch. Thank you again for the earlier hype train. That was really cool, guys. But if you do want to come and support us, that's a great way of doing so. It is much, much, much appreciated for those of you who can throw a little love at us that way. On top of all that, please, of course, do follow our socials. I'm Initialise Cast, that's Nymaera, as we've been saying. If you just have got that opportunity to give us a little bit of love where you can, it does make a huge, huge difference, because it then helps us get things like sponsors for the stream, which would be really, really cool. And again, shout out to Onivia, who's collabing with us to do some cool things over on that one as well. Karzul expecting a Top Esports stomp, and yeah, I can kind of see that. TES got a point to prove, and Weibo looked okay yesterday, but their Game 2 loss was a bit awkward. They kind of lost in the manner they won, if that makes sense. It's like the things they did in Game 1 happened to them in Game 2.
Okay, well, we've got a little bit of a break now. There'll be a coffee sponsor. Oh, if we could get a coffee sponsor, yes, that would save my life. It would save my life.
We go through quite a lot of coffee.
We go through a lot of coffee. Yeah. Go through the highlights.
Oh, Angel.
Angel was doing some bits, folks. This was a ridiculous game from him. That is a almost 1,000 DPM game from the Victor, and I loved how Angel would just stand and fight. This is the great thing about the Battle Mage Victor builds that we've seen with the Rod of Ages and the Leandries. You can just stand, tank the initial engage, then flash out from the follow-up after they've overcommitted. Hey, Yoda, good to see you.
Convincing stuff. Of course, next up will be Weibo versus TES, but for now, I think EDG on the up and up. TT, Aki's come in, new jungler, and much of a muchness here. Says Aki on a continued downward trajectory. He's not looking very good right now.
No, he's really struggled. And, you know, I am a fan of Aki from his days on OMG, but I think anyone, even the most staunch fans of OMG 2023, will tell you that he had his very much negative games as well. This moment here arguably lost TT the game. This is where they were meant to be in the lead. Aki had a jungle advantage, goes in, wastes his ultimate, doesn't get to use it, dies anyway, and the game just falls apart. They played so much of their early game for jungle advantage and they just couldn't get it done. Oh, sad to see. Sad to see it was. What happened to Wukong's damage and why is it so low? Well, he doesn't have Divine Sunder anymore. And also, there weren't... I mean, Wukong's damage is still really high. I think Wukong's damage is still very high. This is a champion in general. Good.
I am stretching my legs a little bit while I can.
But there's gonna be Wild Rift exclusive content on Worlds 25 this year. Why are they advertising Wild? Like, what? I mean, the thing is that there are no crossovers between Wild Rift and League of Legends, which I think is a mistake. So I'm kind of glad about that. But I'd like I don't know, I feel like Riot has not really ever really capitalized on the fact that they have a whole ecosystem of games. You know, you could have combined events of Valorant, League, and Wild Rift in TFT. I'm kind of surprised they haven't done like a BlizzCon version of stuff, you know? They have the games for it. Very much have the games for it. I feel like if the pros ever got a coffee sponsor, they'd save 50% of the living costs. We do go through a lot of coffee and energy drinks as well. Turns out when, particularly on the 9 game days, you need that. Who's our MVP? It's Xiaohao. Yeah, Xiaohao was a menace. I'm kind of surprised it wasn't Angel, but Xiaohao was he started off a lot of the big plays. His flank in bot lane was insane too. Xiaohao, he's had how many MVPs has he had now? He had 2 from today. I think he had 1 from game 2 yesterday too. So he's had, out of 4 games, 3 MVPs. Really cool to see from that guy. I've always liked Xiaohao. He had a bit of a duff split on Weibo, where I think he was set up for success and he never really delivered on that when he went to a top team. There is a bit of a... I mean, this is a worldwide thing, but it happened a lot in LPL just because there are so many roster moves. There was kind of like a bit of a trend for a while, where... mid-table, very good players would join a top team for the first time and just not display the same kind of... Yeah? Yes? Oh. I thought you were going to go to the watch party thing as well, by the way.
I am, yeah. I was thinking about doing one more game and then going. Well, at least get to...
Well, I'm going to stay with the stream. So, like, honestly, Sam, I can do whatever the hell. I can do what you want. It's alright. It's all good. But,
I might go then and put the name out because I think it's a bit of a networking thing too. Do you want me to try and... chat with some of the G2 folks?
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人小玉，恭喜 EDG 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。在赛后，我们也请到了上单选手 ZDZ，
I'm going to be solo casting the next series, folks, and yeah, I'm going to leave it quickly on. I'm going to turn cameras off and I'll leave you with the.
在我们的第3赛段的2场背靠背的比赛，轻松都以2比0拿下了嘛？可以给到队伍这样一个什么样的一个开头的评价呢？
就是比较流畅吧，然后把平时宣赛的东西打出来了。
赛前可以看到，其实队员们都是笑笑的嘛，比较轻松的一个状态。那第3赛段，各支队伍其实或多或少都有一些人员的变动，但目前看下来，小辅助加入之后，你们似乎磨合得非常顺利。
就还可以吧，就是我觉得因为他是新人嘛，就是相较于游戏内容上面，我觉得更多的是带给我们整个队伍的一个活力吧，然后一个氛围吧，我觉得。
包括它的向性可能跟队伍也是比较符合的，在今天的比赛当中也可以看出来，你们的协同性做得非常的好，不管是反 gank 啊，还是要去争夺资源的时候，人员都是到得非常齐的，四面八方全都包了过来。所以最近在休赛期，在这个部分也是做了一些努力吗？
因为其实我们从今年开始嘛，然后一直到现在，一直都是有一个沟通的问题的，就是我们平时打训赛可能就是电脑上开着一个语音软件去这样去打，就是现在来看就是我们的努力也是有点成效吧，我觉得。
也能够看到越来越好了。其实这几个版本啊，上单的作用每次可能都没有那么的明显。我们可能开玩笑说上单就是空调的一个作用嘛，可能在打团的时候啊才会出现。但是 ZDZ 其实属于比较团队型的上单选手了，所以你觉得要如何去打出上单最大的一个价值和作用呢？
因为现在这个版本是多加了一个厄塔汉嘛，然后它是出现在地图的最边边，就是最上层或者最下层，然后上单可能要多去考虑就是转线 这样一个去辐射队友的动作吧，我觉得。
其实，在今天开始比赛之前啊，我也有听到你们在开玩笑说，可能我们 ZDZ 跟我们解说席的各位老师们都是老熟人了，这一次不想再直通解说席了，也有这样子一个调侃嘛，所以先给自己来定一个小目标吧。
我觉得一步一步来吧，先进季后赛吧，这第二赛段。
好的，也期待你们越来越好的表现。感谢 ZD 来到我们赛后采访的环节，接下来让我们看一段精彩的 Spotlight。
能打起来吗，朱德章？
我可以先看一下，
来，
可以，
我已经打起，
我就杀巨魔。我在看。
我去中，
慢点，看中单。
我去中。
我还有段大。
哎，那个你们那个可能要避了，去一下上
台吗？
我先减速了，别追一下吧。我能来。
抬不到。哎，他没闪。慢局。哇，我踢上了。
Okay, folks, next series, top esports Weibo, that should be a big one.
OK。
我点，知道。我这点可以勾。
就看前排，他没闪，就看前排。
日女，好了，日女会死。
先推了一波了。
哎，好，我晕他。黄子没闪。A 塔吧，我把这个撞掉。
别急。
A 塔一波，别退，
我不退
兵啊。
先赢了再说，兄弟，我不退。
别退 ，A 塔就赢了，直接 A，
很猛啊！
直接。
好，一波吧，兄弟们。
一波。
他把他杀了。
nice，
我好啊，兄弟。
对，不退。
太厉害了呀！
走吧。
厉害了。
Look right here. Look right here. Come see what everyone's been looking at. Everyone's been talking about when you the best, you call it out.
I'm not going to back off, guys. Just go. That's great. Anything else interesting in the interview, guys?
You've been missing. I'm glad that you're here now. It's time for something different. We gon' turn it out. We the ones you shouldn't doubt. Come see for yourself what the fuss is all about. You're dealing with a name you can trust. Put us in the game, we remain only clutch. On your mark, set, go. Feel the rush. You can have them over there, or you can have us. We got it. Hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it. You at the right place. Look no further. We got it.
So, this is Light and Crisp. So this is a bot lane duo. They are the 12th most tenured bot lane duo in the LPL. Most is LWX and Crisp. I am surprised at that. 409 games of LWX and Crisp. Well, I guess they would have played for... God, how long did they play together? A hell of a long time. Yes, this is... I have no idea what that is. Can anyone translate that? So that's the top 5. What? Is that splits played in the LPL? I think, yeah, I think that's how many splits have been played in the LPL. So Uzi played 14. Surprised that Gala's not on there too, though. Oh, is that... sorry, ADCs with the most different supports. Right, that's cool. So it's not years played. That's with the amount of difference. Uzi played with 14 different supports. That's so cool. Damn, crazy. Got one more of these in. 14 different supports. That's insane. It is impressive, but like it is insanity. You know, he's just gone through so many different supports over time. Okay, well, here comes our big series next. Okay, turn camera off a little bit again.
好的，在赛前我们请到了 WBG Tap Tap 的 Brace 选手，欢迎 Brace 啊。其实你们也是比较早就投入了这个赛段的训练当中嘛，最近这个状态还有精气神拉的怎么样呢？
最近状态还算蛮不错的吧，就大家也是一直在训练，磨合的也挺好的，就很期待后面的比赛吧。
但是这个赛段是直接从我们的登峰组开始打一个双循环的嘛，不管是压力还是强度都是比较高的，能不能跟我们来聊一聊你自己的预期呢？
我觉得就是因为我们也是在第3赛段才变成这么一个配置嘛，就可能还是会有一些那个波折吧，但是希望还是能就是一直进步，然后拿到最好的成绩吧。
好的，比赛加油！好的，在赛前我们同样采访到了滔博的航选手，欢迎航啊，也是最近加入了我们滔博的一个大家庭嘛。其实，在昨天的比赛结束之后，你也说了，加入滔博之后，很想来证明一下自己的价值。所以最近磨合的怎么样呢？跟队友们相处的如何？
和队友相处的话，就觉得大家性格都很好，再加上我刚加入滔博，然后大家在这方面也比较照顾我。磨合情况的话，就是还不错吧。
对于你来说也是一个全新的开始和挑战嘛，所以希望自己可以展现出一个怎样的面貌呢？
希望自己可以在这个赛段就朝着最佳辅助去努力吧。
好的，比赛加油！
So, Top Esports kind of scraped through a series versus Invictus Gaming yesterday. Weibo did lose a game to FPX, who I don't consider to be a very strong team, so that's definitely a negative against them too. I'll leave this back up here. But yeah, I mean, Top Esports team which is, I mean, Hung looked okay, I suppose, the other day, but he's not a player which played very well. He's not played very well for a while now. I think that I thought his career was going to be over, honestly. I thought he was playing very, very badly over on Weibo. If there's a Q, there has to be a U, so. And if not, the Q's fake, so. Oh no, it's definitely fake, because it's only 40 points score, so the Q's fake, obviously. Hung must be happy to support for Kanavi instead of Tien. I mean, I think Tien is actually still, regionally, especially in regular season, Tien is still very, very good too. I mean, Tien is still, at least regular season, top 4 jungles in LPL, maybe top 3. And you've got Kanavi, Tarzan, who are quite clearly the top ones. Then beyond that, I guess it is still probably Tien is 3rd. No, Xiao, I don't think you can say that much about Xiaohao for now, because he's playing in Group Nirvana. Shun's around the point, but he finished off quite poorly. Yeah. Okay, well, on stage we go.
各位亲爱的召唤师们，欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
Nice. Alright, now the pass is the game. Okay, let's get everyone on stage. So key things to watch out for in this matchup. Both these teams are quite advanced macro teams compared to many others. Top Esports very happy to take the straight up 5v5 at objectives, but they'll take it a little slower. They'll play for the tank frontline. Weibo, they are more likely to trade objectives. Thanks to follow there.
中单小虎，下路 Light， 辅助 Crisp。
Light and Crisp playing together again. One of our more tenured bot lane duos. I think they're the 12th most tenured bot lane in LPL history, with 400 odd games played between each other. And of course, they went international many times too. Crisp dyed his hair again. Wait, what color is it now again? Because it was black the other day, right? I don't think he changed it from yesterday.
上单369，打野 Kanavi， 中单 Cream， 下路 Jackie Love， 辅助航。
Top Esports onto the stage as well. 369 and 369 was really made Top Esports into a top team. Him and Knight, those two together. 369 came back there. Hom, the coach for Top Esports, Hom, Kanavi, and 369 were a trio which did so much crazy work over the years on JDG as well. Okay, well, folks, you're stuck with me for a solo cast here for this series. Hope you enjoy yourselves. Okay, let's get back into it. And again, folks, if you're watching over on Twitch, if there is any way you can just chuck on a muted tab in the background, the Twitch stream, it does make a huge amount of difference. So it helps algorithm do algorithm things. Okay, so coming into drafts, saw a little bit from, I'm trying to think what Weibo did yesterday, actually, in terms of their draft. They got a Felios in the last game. I seem to remember that one. Let's have a look at... Let's have a look at the last match list. Weibo FPX. What happened in the first game? Yeah, so Weibo won on blue side. I mean, a lot of it was actually about Xiaohu's comfort pool. Xiaohu walked away with an MVP from his Orianna game in game 1. Turn the chat box off for champion select. Let's get into it then, folks. Top Esports on the other side of things, playing much more towards tank frontline when they were winning games. Weibo on blue side, won both of them yesterday. And comfort in mid lane matchup is huge for Weibo. I think Xiaohu doesn't have the largest comfort pool anymore. But when he plays Orianna on Aurora, gives him some goods. And Taliyah. Orianna, Aurora, Taliyah tend to be his big it's his big comfort picks on the whole. Annie is also in there somewhere around the pile as well. So we get ourselves into another pick and ban. Rumble available. Taliyah available. Shinzao. Trundle. What's your first pick? No Ambassador quote-unquote answered the Rumble. We have seen Ambassador into Rumble just because it survives the lane and you provide different things in team fights. I mean, I'd be happy taking the Rumble, but Taliyah... I mean, if you go Taliyah, Cream can still go towards something like the Orianna. Not that he lost on that pick the other day and looked a little bit shaky on it, but still decent. You've given up the Rumble now. You can go for Rumble. No Pantheon to lock down with it, but you can still go towards Rumble plus Shinzao. Lock that in as well. Your choice of AD skirmishing jungle. What's the play? Rumble locked in. Weibo choosing to give up that power pick. Sion, it's like you can't insta-lock Sion with Trundle's up and available. Problem is, if you lock into Sion, just get Trundle nowadays. It's much harder to do that in this split than it was in the last one. Now, the more interesting thing for me is what do you lock in alongside it? I think you lock in jungle now. Really? Now, the problem with the Vi is that you still can get Shinzao or Trundle, and either of them are decent answers into the Vi. You can fight early. Trundle just destroys Vi if she dives in. Now, Trundle's not as good against Rumble. You struggle to threaten him in the same amount. Galio is good into the Vi. Takes away an answer from the Taliyah in mid lane too. They go towards the Xayah, so you've got some disengage instead. Zyra Khan 2-3. Now we saw this a bit yesterday. The logic about picking Zyra Khan on blue 2-3 is that the other side can't pick a full bot lane to answer you. They have to pick one pick, get double banned, and then they have to complete their duo after that point. The Annie being hovered by Cream, another engage factor. You need to make sure that Vi is not going in alone, I suppose, but it's not a fantastic instance to Taliyah. Taliyah is actually pretty good versus the Annie. Ahri locked in for Cream. It's one of Cream's most played picks in his career. I'm not that big a fan of his Ahri. I say this is an Ahri main. Yesterday they didn't want Rumble. I can't remember I remember the differences between yesterday and today, actually. Maybe, do you remember when 369 first went back to top esports and he played the Scion and his team played really badly, so then he started picking Rumble instead so he could carry the games instead of just play tank frontline? His first games back after JDG? Fantastic. Oh, it's very funny. It's very funny. Second round of picks and bans. So, what do you want to take away? You could ban away something like the Rel away from Hung as well. Jin taken away from Jack. I love Jin Rumble's a nasty ass combo because suddenly, you know, a Jin W or Jin Ultimate can lead into the equalizer and it's yeah, I know, it's crazy. I'm an Ari main. I'm an Ari main, frogs. Okay, so Tien, does he get the Shinzao banned away from him? I think that's the easy second ban. They ban away the Poppy. I mean, I think that Tien's very happy to go towards the Shinzao now. Shinzao pretty good into Ari Vi. You never knew that I was an Ari main? I should say that I'm an Ari main more often, you know. And the Rel banned away from the Hung. We did call that one out. Still go towards something like the Alistair. Nautilus pretty okay too. Goes towards the Sivir. I think Sivir's happy trading out with the Xayah. His Spell Shield, Rakan, W and Q quite easily too. So Weibo, I think they should lock in the Shinzao. I think that one makes a lot of sense. Unless you have some melee synergy you want to lock in with the Sejuani, there's the Shinzao. That's the easy one. Now what does Breathe going towards the top side? You could go Galio into the Rumble if you want a bit more follow-up. Or you could go something like the Ornn if you want the heavier engage. Breathe is very lane dominant, so stuff like the Udyr and the Kennen wouldn't actually be too bad. This is more of an anyone's Legends answer in the Yorick. Can very much bully out the Rumble in side lane later on. Not sure I love it here. Pretty good into Vi. You know, Vi jumps in and just gets shredded down. The Alistair locked in for Hung now. Okay, that makes some sense. You can be the front line, which they didn't currently have. I mean, it's the tankiest support option available. All right, that's your drafts. I think at top esports playing very much the more aggressive side of the combo. Weibo, they have a global that can head towards the Yorick's lane in the Taliyah ultimate. They have good defensive tools in Taliyah Minefield and the Xayah ultimate too, and of course the Shinzao ultimate. Weibo, I think they have some decent winning matchups. I think bot lane should be winning in the 2v2. Mid lane is a bit of a wash. Taliyah and Ari can trade it. It's more about the 2v2. And the Yorick does very well into the Rumble later on, of course, but he does well into everything later on. I think top esports, as long as they don't overdive into a Shinzao ultimate and all they disengage, they should be having themselves a lot of tools to skirmish. Weibo need to make sure that they are forcing the Vi to ult into your whole team and those disengage tools. If Vi can ult a separated target, I think top esports end up winning this game. All right, coaches will do their fist bump. Let's get into the game, folks. I'm going to roll 1 minute of that, folks, just to set off that pre-roll a little bit. Let's get into it, folks. And a reminder, folks, if you can just have that TikTok stream on in the background on the tab. You don't need to log into TikTok or anything like that. Just have it on in the background. It makes an awful lot of difference to us. Let's say those Gyos. First game of our big game of the day. There's the crowd. Well, there's your crowd. They are awake and feeling it. Bot lane 2v2, defensive summoners all around. Spellbook for both supports. Alistair, there was a really fun game There was a really fun game from Mako just yesterday versus Top Esports where we went for a Spellbook teleport gank, which was really, really fun. Great flanking play. Jekyll starting with the Ricochet. The Ricochet start of Sivir means that you get very good wave push early on. Less trading power, that's typically where you go for your Q. Very powerful. The Alistair can help you out in terms of the actual wave control. Light will bounce the Ricochet onto the rest of the wave. I think the level 2 should be won by Crisp and Light, because Jacqueline needs to wait for that Ricochet combo. Hung goes for the headbutt, though, which means that Light can't auto-attack the wave. That's important. The headbutt away from the wave means they can fight for level 2 in a way they wouldn't have been able to do without that. They hit the level 2 first. Well played from Hung and Jacqueline. Get that level 2 early. Sometimes that can be a bit of a threat. It means that they will get themselves the shove in early. The only way they don't get shove is that they lose that level 2 and they get zoned off the next wave and they have to wait for the thingy afterwards, the wave to come in afterwards. Cream going for the Spirit Blossom Ari skin. Anyone else excited for the Spirit Blossom Spa skin thing? The Towel Ari skin? Definitely not me. Haha. The Ari main says. W pop from the Xayah. E to help use that shield to trade back. Remember when Rakan was played more as a half enchanter for the Ardent Sensor season 7? God, that was a time. Oh, Ardent Sensor meta was a hard thing to live through, folks. It was a very difficult one. 369. The Badlands Baron Rumble skin. I always go Super Galaxy Rumble. I like the animations much more. Guess everyone goes for that skin though. Breathe, getting ganked early, puts down the ward, is spotted. He hits him, bit of a slow coming in. I don't think Tien can do much here. Can't get him range to... The wind becomes lightning. Ooh, flash away from Light. Missed the lead up to that play. Hung and Jackalove, the 2v2 isn't going well for them so far. Navi on bot side, no flash on Light now. Could end up being a dangerous play here. Navi doesn't get the Q on target. W lands, and that should be the end of this play. Ooh, could he actually be some damage back onto him? Under a third HP, just over 200. Navi forced back. Wave dies to tower though, some XP lost for Light. Oh, Mavi, you playing Uma Musume? I have spent... Cancel that on the E. And the W. One last order would do it. Can't find it. Gets out of range just in time, but all summon is blown now for Weibo's bot lane. The bot lane pressure going from 2v2 to 3v2, working well for Top Esports. Recall complete. Tien spotted on bot side, but not before damage to Crisp had been done. I suppose it's not the worst thing ever for Weibo. Xayah gets to stick in lane. This is the combo which led on to things. Flash combo forwards. The Q. The Sivir following up. Didn't get both parts of that Q. Not the full damage. Light staying even in farm. Needs to get this wave into tower. Needs to make sure that Hung can't keep this outside of turret for forever. Water's coming through. And he'll hold it in time for the wave. Well played by Hung. Means that the wave's now in a very awkward spot. Gonna have a teleport in from 369 as Sivir has gone towards top side. That's actually a bit of a shame, you know. I would have preferred to see Sivir just run bot side. We're not able to clear up this wave right now and shove it back in. I would have much preferred Sivir getting this. The wave is going in towards the turret. Teleport coming through for 369. Remember, it's an early teleport, so we still missed 4 or 5 minions. If we teleported in, you know, a few seconds earlier, we would have had so much more golden XP. Or if Jackie would have gone down there themselves. I do wonder whether Top Esports bought into that swap a little bit early. Then again, Sivir pushes waves very effectively and does immediately destroy that topside wave. We're winning in the 2v2. I don't know why they chose to remove that. I suppose Top Esports, the logic was, if they go towards that bot lane, Light backs, goes towards top lane, and they've avoided the matchup at that point. Then again, Light gets to avoid the matchup anyway. He does so on that route. Top Esports were really good in the lane swap meta of this winter. That was one of the reasons that they ended up winning Split 1 winter. After the lane swaps were removed, the early game was a little bit less solid from them. Breathe the panda skin. It's become the popular skin here within China. Not just because of anyone's legend, but, you know. Great. Ooh, Chris Moore's getting the double knock up. Gets the flick back onto Kanavi. Doesn't have level 6 just yet. Tien ahead in terms of XP. Was on the way on the he's a camp ahead right now. Headbutt from Hung On to Breathe. Grub spawning in a minute. I was watching someone stream the other day, don't remember who, but they were using Cafe Cuties Rumble. And there's a crime no one else uses. There's a Cafe Cuties Rumble? What? I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even know that was a thing. It's insane. Red buff, secured, crisp. Going for a knockup. Hung not going for any extra play. Has teleport right now, by the way. You know what? I had no idea that Cafe Cuties Rumble was a thing. That is news to me. Tells you how many skins I've missed in my time. Equalizer under tower. Good poke onto light. I say that's poke. It's actually just getting so much damage. Level 6 coming through. Charm missing from Cream. But the Q's enough anyway. Cream, Dark Seal, 2 stacks for him. Very good. Ari always wants Dark Seal stacks. Get ahead of the game. Light goes down, and Light, you know, not getting the most out of the 2v2 early from the 2-3 Zara Khan. Losing out now in the wider map state. Weibo getting a bit lost in their bot lane. Shahu will pick up the wave. And the damage is already sort of done. Ari's got first kill of the game, got those 2 Dark Seal stacks, has teleport to make the next play of the game too. So yeah, I'm going towards these grubs on top, so I've taken one already. We'll get the full house. There's no contest from top esports. They'll choose to take the dragon instead. Now the thing is, top esports do have a lot of wave clear. I don't think Weibo with 3 grubs, even with a Yorick, will be able to use it that much. Because realistically, if Weibo don't give up a lot of dragons, or get a Baron, I don't think they're ever actually hitting turrets. Ari full combo clears waves very quickly, Sivir instantly deletes wave, and Rumble is one of the best wave clear top laners in the game. How do you actually hit towers? You need to do big cross maps, you need to trade objectives. Weibo are a team that does trade objectives. They're happy to give up a dragon for a top lane turret. They're now able to do that more effectively. I want to see how top esports use their wave clear to deny Weibo the ability to hit towers. So keep your eyes open for that. .369 soaking the wave of tower. What a player 369 has been. I think largely this year has been very good for him. I think at first stand, even when top esports were crashing and burning, he was the best part of this roster. Yuntal should be completed soon for both AD carries. No calls for either of them. Want to get that first item as quickly as possible. Cream has ult up again. His cooldown boots has 1 stack of that ultimate hunter. Ultimate will be getting shorter cooldown from that. One of the nerfs to Ari that came through a couple of patches ago, just before MSI, was got ult cooldown at rank 1, got an extra 10 seconds on it. So before you get Malignance, ult hunter stacks, rank 2 of it, it's a very long cooldown. Does mean that you have to choose your first ultimates of the game a little bit more precisely. Shahu playing safely on this side of the map. Shahu is a classic for him, where he will play heavily around side lanes, but he will be the weak side of the map. He is not typically the player that gets the resources in side lane. The players which do from mid lane are Scouts and Shanks. They're the players which play more towards I'm getting the resources as a mid laner in side lanes. Again, getting a camp steal away. Getting quite a far ahead of Kanavi, actually. Kanavi needs to keep an eye on that. Don't want to fall too far behind the Shinzao. The Vi... The danger of top esports comp is you get later into the game, Vi jumps forwards, Vi is not tanky enough or chooses a bad angle, and they die on the engage. That's how Weibo caused them issues. So keep an eye on that XP advantage. Full level right now. Shahu gonna get hit by that charm. Phase rush means he walks back into it even faster. It's one of the negatives of having Phase Rush versus Ahri. If you proc it and you get charmed, you just sprint at them with very high speed. It's one of the funniest things about Rise into Ahri is he procs his passive and Phase Rush, gets hit by a charm, and just starts running towards you at Mach 5. Now we're jumping forwards, putting a ward in the brush. Can't stop the recall though. And 3 camps down onto Tian, who has a full set of camps up as well. Tian is doing very well, keeping up the XP advantage. Tian wanting to get that topside scuttle, keep himself ahead in that matchup. And you know, if the Shinzao gets ahead and the Bio's behind, that's very good for Weibo's composition compared to Top Esports. Spotted on the red buff. Kanavi needs to be farming, uses that Q, breaks down that Dark Procession, knocked up by that W, hung in for some disengage, but Kanavi is denied his own red buff. What can he do? Can he go into bot side camps now? I think what Weibo needs to do, because the top side scuttle was just taken, they need to make sure that Kanavi's not going to go into their own bot side jungle, so that's going to be now 4 or 5 camps ahead from Tian. I'm just going to walk into bot side jungle, use this moment to ward out the camps which are still up. They'll see that Raptors are available. Kanavi, what's the plan here? Dragon up in a minute. Can he contest the bot side camps? No, he can't. Tien's going to keep him into his own side of the jungle. We'll spot out that control ward on the bot side of the map. Very well played by Tien to keep XP up. And Kanavi has been really locked out of this game. Tien has just bullied him out of the map. Weibo have stopped him from getting value. Now, Top Esports are ahead in terms of overall gold. Cream got some plates, got himself that kill. He's 700 gold up. But again, the Achilles heel of Top Esports composition is what happens if Kanavi jumps in and just immediately dies. That's how this composition falls apart. Why do you think Achilles' mum held him by the ankle, the heel? Just dipped him in. I think Luke from Percy Jackson had the right idea. Much easier to defend weak spot. Anyone else a Percy Jackson fan? I was a huge fan of it growing up. I actually started rereading the series recently. Because some more books came out recently where Percy's now apparently in university, which is very cool. I need to get through them still. I didn't quite make it through the... Was it Trials of Athena? That one? Hope I didn't watch the movie. What movie? I never saw a movie. I also watched a bit of the series, and the series is also not great, sadly. Dragon Spawn. Cream has the Malignance. Big item spike. This is where Top Esports can turn it around. I think Weibo, great advantage in jungle. Level up on Shinzao definitely helps. Sundered Sky to Sundered Sky. Jackal's going to start DPSing down the Dragon, using the Ricochet to damage down Tian a little bit. Q's going to hit one way, not both. Tian at half HP. He's getting a little bit too far now. Gets the smite, can pop that ultimate. Yeah, it's definitely going to help. Exhaust onto the Vi. Definitely helps too. Cream lands the charm, but it's onto the Invulnerable. Crescent Guard, is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. Reset onto their light. Late ultimate. The feather pullback, I don't think it's going to deal that much. Kanavi flashes past the feather pullback, and the Ghost will not be enough. Top East will take a 2-3 for none, excuse me. Lose the Dragon, but take the fight. Tien took too much damage from the Dragon, and Breathe didn't come down to the plate. I mean, it is giving me that first turret, but Weibo, I think they give up way too much on the bot side of the map. 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. Cream gets himself another couple of Dark Seal stacks as well. We'll have 3 total, I believe, anyway. Maybe it's just the 2, actually. I'm not sure he's involved in the other kill, though. No, he was, but I'm talking. Oh, and then it's just the 2. I'm just bad. Yeah. 2 Dark Seal. 2, wasn't call it stacks. Tien took way too much damage. I think Breathe needed to teleport down if they wanted to fight this. Or you just give them up and you try and make your way out. I think you can give up 1 for a Dragon and a turret. I don't think you can give up 3. 3 is too much. Problem with playing against the Ahri, though, is you do get those resets. You sort of chase down even further. When you lose 1, you tend to lose more. Great Charm Flash. Finish off the kill. Cream. Very, very powerful. Looks like he's going towards the Horizon Focus second. Horizon Focus, Malignance, and the cooldown boots means your cooldown reduction is very, very high. I know nothing about Percy Jackson. That's a shame. It's a very good series. It's a very cool way of kind of modernizing having a modern interpretation of mythology. Herald now up and available would be feats of strength for Weibo if they claimed it. They did get that first turret. Lost the kills, of course. All 3 of the first kills, no, 2 of the first kills of the game came from that. Kane Chronicles are great. Yeah, I liked... wait, was that the Egypt ones, the Kane Chronicles? They were good. Yes, yeah, I like the Kane Chronicles. They were good. I think I read all of that series, actually. It was good. I enjoyed it a lot. So, top esports, 1,000 gold ahead. Breathe got himself a good amount of gold from the first turret of the game, and of course with plates involved with that too, I believe it was, for a majority of that. Can Breathe pay that back, though? Can he pay that back? 369 is ahead in gold. Still doing fine in farm. Picked up an assist on every single kill that's happened so far. And now the wave clear from top esports becomes apparent. You know what we were saying earlier? That having 3 grubs doesn't really matter if you're against a full wave clear comp, because you're never actually hitting turrets. Now, Bree took the trade in that top lane turret, but top esports only lost the 1 turret. It's not like the inner turret was shredded or anything too. And now Weibo, they're getting pushed in all 3 lanes. Civ is destroying mid waves. 369 clearing on bot side, especially with level 13 Leandries, maxed out Flame Spitter and Harpoons, very good wave clear. Ari ahead of the game, one-shots caster minions with 1 Q, cleans up the rest of the way with W and auto. Ari's also really annoying to get under to deal with under tower, because she clears the wave and then charms you back under the tower, which means that you take tower aggro. Some of the more fun Ari combos are actually where you don't cast your Q at the target at tower range. You cast at the minions, charm them, and then they take tower aggro, and that's enough damage to get threat. One of my favorite combos. I've had some very cool solo kills that way. Cream close to the Horizon Focus, double Phoenix Condex is dead giveaway of that one. Minute till Dragon. Now, what's the plan from Weibo? You can't cross map for top lane outer turret. The wave's not in position yet to do something around top side. Could do Herald for Dragon. I think Herald could be big for Weibo. They'll start it up. 30 seconds till Dragon. Top esports choose to contest around top side. Don't have great vision there. Jackalove destroys another wave. Surprise, surprise. They will look for a contest. Light's not in position. They don't have their AD carry. And they kill the objective before it becomes an issue. No smite there just yet. Coming up now. There they go. Herald taken. Not going to be claimed, though. That could be an issue. Crisp could go pick it up now. Use the W. What's he do? Q misses. They'll just about claim it. Top esports can't deny it. I thought they were. Flick back. That's a problem. Hung pops that ultimate very quickly. Weibo opening in this game now. They have 3 grubs. No ultimate on Alistair. They summon it immediately? No, they don't. I wonder if that would have been an option, actually. With 3 grubs. No Alistair ultimate. Looked for a fight. Teleport back in towards mid and bot lane river now, because Hung spellbooks over towards the teleport. Double teleport out onto the map. Dragon will go down. Top esports get 2 dragons in the early game. TN will keep farming on his merry way. He has so much farm up on Kanavi, man. Full level up still. It's harder to do that as the game goes on, because there's more XP between levels. Chris doesn't get that until he forwards. Shahu gets that charm, because Chris dodges back. Dragon taken by top esports. So one of the things about taking Dragon, particularly when you're not an AP fast clearing jungler, is you take a long time to kill Dragon. Because of that, you are not farming. Kanavi has his full jungle up. Charm comes through from Cream. Cream good charm accuracy so far. Kanavi's just down in terms of his farm, and if he has to spend time on his farm now, gives options to Weibo to take actual plays on the map, you know? You know what I mean? Shahu holding the wave bot side. Kanavi confidently clearing bot to top. Weibo not able to interrupt his farming. Tien will do the same though on his own clear. Breathe is soloing Atakan. Well, I mean, he's an item and a half. Tien comes up now. Drops the Herald. That's the counterweight. That'll go mid lane. That'll distract top esports long enough. If they go to answer the Herald, they'll lose the Atakan. Weibo We did say they were very good at their macro play. This is very intelligent. Hung coming up now. Kanavi's not here. This will go down before Top Esports can contest. Smite will come through now. Equalizer onto 3 will get some damage, but the Atacant already down means that Weibo get what they came for in terms of objectives. Top Esports taking that bot lane out of turret. They'll get some more gold from that. Weibo, if you just look at the actual petal value themselves, 21, add an extra quarter onto that, they're about 26 on there. That's about 2,600 gold per flower. I think it's 100 gold per petal, something like that. Or so, across the entire team. So they've got about 2,000 gold lead over Top Esports from petals. Then, of course, Top Esports even that out with the actual gold earned in-game. So the stats are fairly even. From that, Tien jumping forwards, combo down, doesn't get a chance to pop that ultimate. Is he going to go down? Yes, he is. Doesn't get to use the Sunder Sky at all. Face check not working out. Like getting some DPS in the backline, but he doesn't have a frontline to step in front of him. But here comes Xiao, who can also follow up with the ultimate midway through the play. Hung will go over the wall, has double buffs, but will he be able to escape? No, I don't think he will be. Flashes over the wall. Oh, and he's alley-ooped them. Breathe uses the blast cone and he's gone the wrong way. Will he rage chase into the brush? I would not do that, my friend. And Hung makes it out. And will escape. Weibo. Lose Tien, who face-checked in bot side. Top East was playing the brush trap well. I'm going to quickly get myself a drink while there's a lull in the gameplay. They'll look to take down this bot lane out of turret. Well, this is the play which happened on bot side. I have a record. So Tien is completely 100-0. Complete CC chain. Dies before he can even really use that ultimate. Doesn't get any Sundered Sky procs. Goes down very, very quickly. Tien, too bold a face check. He's been doing well in the individual jungle pathing, but that face check, yeah, your pathing won't save you on that one. And then this is a great alley. Flashes over just as the blast gun gets hit. Breathe could have just held on to that, and he would have been able to get that kill. Not so. Ends up just being a 1-for-1. 1-for-1, all things said and done, I think it was. We're in a pretty similar state to how we were a couple of minutes ago. What is everyone... By the way, I want to know in chat, actually. You let me know. What are your opinions on this kind of new version of Yorick? Somewhat split pushy, somewhat team fightery. Gets a lot of gold from side lanes and sees if he can bring them into team fights later. Because, for me, I don't think he's an unhealthy split pusher. I think you can kill him still. I, in some ways, prefer Yorick. Hang on, second flash forwards, knock up onto Jackula, flick back, gets punted back by the Crescent Guard, and the Locket will not save him. Quick pick onto Jackie, spell shield good onto the quickness, but Chris still finds his mark. When becomes lightning, Tien. I'm going to follow it. Cream, ult down. 20 seconds till Dragon. Jackula will be dead for the spawn of it. Weibo, great pick in the mid lane. You're waiting for people to finally use Yorick's Maiden as a split pusher and leave it in the lane. That's true. People used to do that a lot. Haven't seen Ari win a game in a long time. It's definitely been worse at MSI. Another pick. Hung. Caught out of position, uses the heal, doesn't matter. Tien using the Thunder Sky means that he's not going to die. Exhaust onto the Vi means that no kill will come back in return. And the Equalizer feels like it is a red carpet for the exit of Weibo. Even in kills, will get themselves the Dragon. And Top Esports go a little too unsafely into the mid lane 2 times in a row. They'll lose the mid lane turret, and Weibo get into a gold lead for the first time in a long time. Top Esports 2 dead. Can't exactly answer anywhere on the map. They'll just have to clear out some waves. And now, because Weibo are winning fights, now they can use the grubs. Breathe. 2 items with that, not Thunder Sky. Shojin doing hell of a lot of work. So Jackala, look, he's not even that far up. He's trying to keep close to Hung. And then that's where it's too far. Doesn't have flash. You could argue that it's a problem of Hung walking up too far and JackeyLove needs to be there to support him. Either way, the duo of them going too far and Weibo pouncing. Big plays from Weibo around the mid game. Mid lane, rather. 2 items for Xayah, who's in a very strong spot now. Like said, it's not like JackeyLove's not in a strong spot. Sivir is definitely the kind of champion that can ricochet through random ghouls onto backline. Kanavi trying to farm up again, still very far behind in terms of farm. Xiaohu caught out on the sideline. Are there any teleports to come through? Nothing coming through from anyone. Nope. Xiaohu will just die for free. Overextended. So Weibo lose that one for free. Good pick by Top Esports. Very free. Not really sure why Xiaohu thought he was safe to be pushing up that far. No one was in close range to respond to him. Yorick will take another tower. The split pusher extraordinaire. Baron's available. Top Esports will start it up. Breathe does have teleport. Shadow will be up in 20 seconds. I'm not going to lie, folks. I think that Weibo can win a fight, even a 4v5. But they don't know what's going on just yet. Yorick sticking in bot lane. Hasn't recalled. Won't have spent his gold from that tower he just taken. Baron, half HP. JackeyLove. Gets hit by the wind, becomes lightning. No spell shield anymore. Pressing guard popped early. Good damage onto JackeyLove, but now he's safe to free fire. 369 uses that equalizer. Not the best value, though TN is caught in the middle of nowhere. Will he be able to get one back? No. Ultimate coming through with Kanavi, but blocked out. Q short, but goes on to Chris. 2 dead. Xiao, who's now teleported back in, and Breathe just chooses not to join the play. Wave will come in towards bot side. Baron will be started again, and Breathe, you've spent so much time on side lane killing towers. At some point, you need to join your team. He's not going to teleport in anymore and says, well, screw this, I'm going to split push. The rage splitting begins as Breathe is not there to impact the fight. Baron taken from Top Esports as Weibo. I mean, yes, they like to trade things for objectives, but that's way too much. Lots of kills been given up. 3 in that extended play. I mean, the initial contest is not... It's not that bad if the Yorick teleports in. I guess they don't have the best teleport angles, but, I mean, even here, don't you just back off? I don't really see why you should walk up like that. Just overstaying in that fight. Ulting now onto 369, just flashed over the wall. Won't have that available. He'll go down, drops down the equalizer to get some damage back, but while this is happening, Top Esports will take the mid lane outer turret. 1 for tower. Baron buff continues to be used by Top Esports. It's not like Yorick's really doing that much in a side lane right now. He's grouped up in mid lane instead. Top Esports, it's not been a clean game from them. And particularly Kanavi falling so far behind is not something that they're used to. And definitely not something which he's playing particularly well around himself. JackeyLove 3 items. That's a powerful build. Both AD carries having the same items, actually. And that's just how BC9 got caught out in that side lane. I'm just a little bit surprised that Breathe has not been able to use the Yorick to that much more advantage. Xiaohu trying to take up this top side turret, but he stayed too long. Has flash. Gonna get hit. But that ultimate will flash away from the charm afterwards. Doesn't have ultimate to use. Has his rock surfing. Hung comes back with a spellbook teleport. And he'll be able to dunk down onto Xiaohu. Delivers him into the waiting arms of Kanavi with a headbutt. Well played from the spellbook support usage. Hung, a player who I thought was in terrible form earlier this year. Doing okay in the first 2 series we've seen him on Top Esports. Much better than he was playing on Weibo. His old team here, of course. Crisp and Hung switching teams from last split to this one. Dragons spawning now. Toppies have equalizer. They've got everything but on the hunt from Civet. Weibo giving up a dragon. Yeah, they kind of have to at this point. They can't contest that. They lose another tower on top side. Cream gets some gold from that. 2,000 gold up. 9 stacks on the Dark Seal. Deathless so far. He's playing quite well on the Ori. And I'm happy with his performance. Not giving too much of an opening to Weibo to remove those stacks. Active in fights. Threatening Xiaohu particularly. Gone towards the Void Staff third to make sure he can cut through the Merc Treads that have been built up across the board and breathe with a significant amount of magic resist from Jack shows on top of that too. So what's the plan now, Weibo? Because 5v5 team fights are not what you're meant to be doing with this composition. You're meant to punish the Vi for jumping in. Not really been able to do that. We talked about it in the early game and in draft. Well, you know, what happens if Kanavi falls behind? What happens if Kanavi jumps too deep? It's not been the case, actually. Kanavi's jumped in, and Weibo have not been in position to punish it. Disappointed in Breathe, really. Good individual advantage. Not been able to use it to help his team that much, though, which sucks. Because I think he's had the position to do that, you know? You know what I mean? By the way, hope you're enjoying yourselves over on the different streams again. Just the PSA as the game shells out a little bit more. This is only our second day streaming LPL on TikTok. Have been streaming on Twitch and YouTube for the last 2 years. Been trying to deliver LPL games to you all. I've been a professional caster of the LPL since 2023. Cast over 1,000 games of LPL. Many of them including Weibo, really. Weibo cast them. Oh, hang on a second. Tien caught out. Once again, pops the Crescent Guard, trying to take his blue buff. This time, he gets a lot of Sundered Sky procs, and that'll see him almost to full HP. Top Esports, have they gone too far this time? Nope, because Light gets caught. Had ult, had flash, gets caught all the same. Light, a difficult game for him on the Zaya. Kanavi goes forwards and takes down Tien. Even after such a good disengage from the Shins out at the start of the play, Weibo's carries do not get anything done. And Top Esports will lose no one but takedown 2. How do I even keep up with all those chats? By being severely ADHD, Cinnamon. I've just got my head on a swivel looking at everything. Thing is, once you get watching League of Legends and streaming for so long, it just becomes kind of autopilot. Teleport coming in. X-Flash over the wall. Not threatening anyone just yet. Exhaust on the Breathe to slow him down. Chris, damaged by Kanavi, but not taken down. Jackal will go in and finish that turret. Top Esports. Team fighting so much better than Weibo. Weibo have been quite all over the place with their carries positioning compared to their front line. Kanavi has now gone a level ahead of Tien now. The bounce back has been crazy from him. How did Light get caught here? Tien headbutted back into the team. Flashes out, gets a good Crescent Guard. This isn't bad, but what the hell happens to Light? He just walks in front of the Alistair. Trying to... just doesn't react. Light, you have flash and ult. You must do better than that. You're a 3 to 4 item AD carry. Gotta do better. Breathe now getting 1v2'd on a side lane, and for all his gold advantage, it's not gonna matter. Breathe, for all the gold you've earned in a side lane, that is a pitiful 1v2 for a champion meant to excel at it. Weibo, they're not winning in the team fights. Their carries are playing poorly. Not playing well in the side lanes. Breathe, not getting enough out of that pick to either win through a side lane or bring it to a team fight and come in like the Wrath of God with a 2,000 advantage. It's not been worthwhile. 369 had the anti-heal to make sure that the Yorick didn't have as potent turnaround potential there. 4 items now on Light. Still has flash and ult. Maybe he can do better in the next play than he did in the previous one. Light, you gotta play better in those clutch scenarios when you have the tools available to you. That last one felt like a free fight. Hex Flash into the clump. Doesn't pop the ultimate just yet. Equalizer next to the wall. Tagged onto 3. Not that much value though. Baron still being leashed. Good charm. Tien below half HP. Stacks procs. And that'll be them calling it off. With Tien going low HP, they can't really do that much. Flashing forward for the charm. Back. Ari goes down. Seal stacks gone. Baron taken out. A minute now with Ari off the board. Was no Dark Steel stacks for pre-match. He's just sold it. Got himself a death cap, I believe, with that. So Top Esports significantly far ahead of the game. 20 seconds till the next dragon spawns, but, you know, with no mid laner, maybe they feel like they can't contest. Maybe they should just use the Baron buff elsewhere. Light will clear through this mid lane, try to cut through some of these Baron minions. Doesn't have that much lifesteal, only has the Legends Bloodline, I believe. He's going to take a little bit of damage from the Baron minions there, actually. Teleports back in across the board. Spellbook providing some extra ones. Jackalope trying to clear through the Maiden. Can tank it up now. That's a problem if the Maiden dies, actually. Give them DPS. Wait, Creams is blank border Magi's. Okay. Well, I respect that. Easier to, you know, buy it a little earlier into the game. Suppose he just had the exact gold. Cream trying to aura farm on the Ahri. I can appreciate that. You already had Deathcap. Thank you, SK. Thank you. I wasn't paying attention as closely to his build there. Riftmaker now in for 369. Gives him an even better matchup into the Yorick. Has the triple mask build. And for those of you who are less familiar with the LPL, Top Esports were our champions in winter. They went to First Stand, which of course feels like quite a long time ago now, because there's been so much league which has happened. And they got blasted internationally. Top Esports at an international level have never really found the success that they wanted. They did win the MSI equivalent in 2020 when COVID was happening. The Mid-Season Cup. That was their highlight. They've never achieved anything outside of that, really. Knocked out by G2 at MSI last year when they had a slightly different roster, of course. Tien was on that team rather than Kanavi. Top Esports with Kanavi joining them. That perked my ears up. For those of you that don't know, 369, Kanavi, and their coach, Hom, they have an incredible win rate within the LPL because they were on the JDG Super Team. That's a mistimed flick back from Xiao, who jump over the wall from Cream. Gets the cleanse out of Chris. We get that up from the Spellbook. Level 18. Fully stacked Ult Hunter. Cream will have low cooldown on that. Oh my god, the damage onto Hung. I guess there's discount on beef. Steaks are sold out. Hung goes down. And now maybe there's an extra play to be made. Xiao, who jumps forward, thinks that the moment is now. And you know what? He might be right. No flash from Kanavi. Ult back into the play. Exhausted from Chris. So much damage and will go down into the GA. Top Esports were in control of this game, but the game might be flipping away from them. Jaculov caged up, but he's starting to ricochet back. It's so much damage! The ricochet shred through the team before Jaculov goes down, and Cream will clean up. Weibo had the winning play, but the ricochets shred through Weibo to end the game in Top Esports' favor. Jaculov take a bow. It's not the way that Top Esports would have wanted to end the game, but they'll take it after what could have been a throw around the top lane in a turret. Top Esports had a close series versus Invictus Gaming yesterday, and they will match it with a close game one here against Weibo. Winning from red side, Weibo snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. That was some late game Sivir gaming. Sivir Ricochet taking about 3 different health bars down into critical in about 2 seconds. Insane last team fight. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. Hello, I should turn my camera on and say hi to you all. Hello everyone, how's it going? My name's Nymaera. I'm here. I co-stream the League of the LPL, and I cast it for you. So I cast it as more of an official broadcast. Hello everyone, how's it going? Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Game 1 over towards Top Esports. That was not the way I thought that game was going to end. I think that's a fair thing to say. So, Top Esports, I don't think they've necessarily convinced me about their team. I think last split as well, you look through their playoffs run and some parts in Ascend, it felt like, yes, they were winning series, but were they really winning them confidently? No, not really. Weibo, the fact that they had an entry into that late game at that last moment is not something that they would have expected. Losing that game right after in the way that they did, that is a gut punch. Sivir, that late game turnaround was insane. The Ricochet just... health bars disappeared. It's disappeared. So Weibo, they'll have to go back to the drawing board, think about what they're going to do in game 2. Presumably they'll pick blue side for their side choice again. Top Esports, I mean, they had the more coherent composition. I will say, I think Kanavi had a difficult game. And that's typically a good litmus test against Top Esports, because he's so important to their team. And thank you everyone who's been dropping in to watch the stream over on TikTok. I've been trying to wave hello to you as people have dropped in. And again, folks, I know I've been pestering you about this, but if you can have the TikTok stream open in the background, just put it into a browser tab. You don't need to be logged in or anything. It does make a difference. Yeah, it does make a difference, folks. Thank you to everyone for joining in with us there. Okay, so who's going to be the MVP of that game? I mean, it has to be the Sivir after that point. Maybe Cream. Cream did play very well. He was involved in the grand majority of the kills. The overplay around Baron was a bit meh, though. Civet overstepped in mid lane. No, you know what? Player of the game is Hung. No, that Alistar was insane. I actually think the Alistar is the player of the game. You know, the teleports out onto the map, the plays onto light and team fights. I actually think Hung is my MVP. He also did well in laning phase 2. You know, the early levels had the headbutt onto the Zyra away from the laning phase. They could get that level 2. It was really good. Hom was MVP for picking Civet. How could I forget? How could I forget? Civet damage, man. That's some AoE Civet for you. Not too far behind was Cream, though. Jackal, huge kill participation as well. You expect that on Civet, because when you pop the ult, everything's an assist afterwards. Here are highlights. This was a mistake from Weibo. They lost 2 instead of the 1. Breathe did get the full outer turret, but I feel like Breathe either teleports in or you try and just lose 1 for the play rather than 2. Light had a bad game, you know. Light Xayah, I know he played well on it yesterday, but I do seem to remember his Xayah was not his best champion over the last couple of years. Yeah, for me, my MVP is Hung. I think he had a very good Alistar game, you know. I really liked his impact with the spellbook. I suppose you could argue it was he was Jackilov as well. I think Jakilov's late game damage on the Civet was, of course, very important to you. However, I think the actual... Put it this way, I think that the Civet damage was kind of Civet as a champion. I think that Hung's plays was not Alistar as a champion. I think that was Hung as a player. So I'd value it more from him. Who gets the MVP? Jakilov. Okay. Jakilov gets it. I mean, the turnaround at the end did win them the game. His turnaround was insane at the end of things. Yeah, the late game tower was insane though. Jackal should lose MVP for flashing in earlier. Well, they also got picked off in the mid lane too, which was a little less good, right? But hey, one vote for support. I would have voted for support. I think Hung was great. Okay, I gotta run some pre-roll ads. Let's do words on stream first though. Oops, I have just opened File Explorer and that slowed my PC down. Good going, mate. Alright, get to it, you wordsmiths. iPad baby time. Yeah, iPad baby time. Woo!
OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视。
Okay, potentially one more game left. Could have a 4-game day. Be a nice change from the 8-game day from yesterday. Be nice to be done before 3 o'clock. Be really nice.
更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
Okay, I'm gonna go put the adverts on now.
下一场打 WBG 的话，我个人是比较兴奋的吧。然后我觉得关键点的话，其实我觉得我自己要发挥的更好一点，就是要把对线包括团战都要做得更好。我想对李生生说，就是小心玩铁男一直关他呀。每次赛段刚开始的话，就觉得手挺痒吧，好久没打比赛了，就挺爽的吧。我觉得第3赛段的话，对于世界赛还是蛮关键的。然后我个人的感受的话，就是与其去害怕失败，不如去享受成功吧。
Band away the Jace. Jazz gets locked in. Mobile can hop away from the pillar of Trundle. Not fantastic into the Trundle. Again, a lot of stats which Trundle into Gragas. A bit more mixed. Varus obviously holds his own in any kind of lane. I do think that Weibo come ahead with the better composition. Better. I think Weibo get a little bit lost in the source sometimes. However, I wouldn't say it's as easy as saying it's a one... yeah, I wouldn't say it's against them in the draft, you know? Alright, let's get ourselves into potentially our last game of the day.
到达战场。
On to the Rift we go. Cleanse for both AD carries. Makes sense when you're against a Varus, whose ultimate can basically be an insta-kill at that point. Early laning phase. Jackal and Hung got the better of Light and Crisp in game 1 in the early levels. Poppy, pretty strong early level play. Both supports going for Spellbook this time, no aftershocks or anything like that. Light gets the double E onto the champions, not onto the minions. Of course, can be an important thing when you're trying to look for that wave push. Crisp hasn't showed his skill just yet. Can use that Q for wave push. Hey Sam, good to see you. Yeah, Sam dipped out to go do something today. Breeze stacking up the passive. 369 hits level 2. Hasn't leveled up his second skill just yet. Dream jumping forward with his own level 2. Taking a trade instead of taking minions. But, yeah, Aurora laning phase. That'll happen back to you. Of course, for some reason too, Aurora, when she gets that triple passive on you, does damage to you, and heals and gets move speed for reasons beyond me. Jackie and Hung getting the push in early levels again down the bot side. Navi in mid lane. Shahu should be able to use that double to hop over it, and indeed does. It's a double combo to both of them, actually. Nice trade there from Shahu. It's about as good as you can expect from Kanavi walking in like that. Tian was briefly called off of his camps. We see this a lot from Trundle right now. Clear one side, walk through mid lane, try and get a gank or a flash or anything out of that, just showing your head in mid lane, then go back to clearing your bot camps. W leveled up there by Crisp, but the damage has come through anyway. Jackal, fourth shot, and that dancing grenade, nasty damage. Breathe getting the push in on top side. Why the Sylas pick though? Why not? Sylas has 5 good ults to steal here. And Sylas is a pretty good champion right now in the current meta. Head in CS compared to Cream right now. Dropping off of that mid wave, retreating safely. Teleport back in. Yeah, but then Aurora ultimate, the Jarvan ultimate, oh, really nice to use. By the way, if you are a fan of short content, I did make a video on Shanks' Sylas at MSI and how he used a stolen Cassante ult, which is almost never used in pro play, or just regular play as well. Does he have the W? Yes, he does. Flashes early this time. Navi's second gank into mid lane in the last few minutes. But yeah, if you look at CFO versus Anyone's Legend, there was a really cool moment where Shanks used the Cassante ult to leapfrog the Cassante themselves to keep back in melee range of a Sivir and kill them in that fight. It's very, very good. But short content, I'm like 6'5". I am very tall, but that doesn't mean that I can't make short content. You know, if I really squat down, I can make short content, you know? I can roll up into a ball. Like, you know how Samus does in Metroid? I can do the same. Okay, Kanavi getting some value onto Shahu, they're getting the flash out. Hung, gonna spot out Crisp. W not going to spot that this time. Not the most damage coming through, still has heal, uses it early. When's the second cooldown coming in from Hung? Doesn't need it. Flash away from Crisp and that heal. Caught out in rotation. Grub spawning in 3 minutes rather. When's Tian going to make himself known? He's not got himself the big farm lead he had in the last game. Down in XP, actually. But no. No, he's not. Was just finishing off that camp. Not able to do that much in the early game so far. Kanavi's just been throwing a couple of pillars into mid lane, getting some decent value. Dragon spawning. No flash on Chris makes a difference. Cream's going to walk into Tian, and he is going to get exploded. Jumps forward, thinks he has Kanavi and Hung on a little bit of a tighter leash, and doesn't. Weibo's jungle support. Turn up to the play first, get the first blood of the game. Goes over towards Tien's Jarvan. Jackal and Hung using this time to push in top lane as well. Dragon taken without contest. Rubs up in 2 minutes. Light. Has cleanse, has flash. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. W lands too. And he's just punished. Uses both summoners, dies anyway. So Dragon, hang on, Kanavi stole the Dragon too? It's all falling apart for Weibo. I thought there was just going to be a clean take on the other side. Shows me how much attention I was paying to that part of the map. Top esports get everything. Weibo, after getting such a crucial advantage in that mid lane play, fail at the Dragon take, fail on the top side of the map. Breathe now on the bot side. Not that much mana for 369. Flash forward. Ult comes through as well. His passive from his ult will be proccing every 2 autos now. Not able to finish the kill. 369 standing strong. So what happens here then? So Kanavi on vision around Tribrush. Xiaohu using the passive on Hitsu. Tien's low HP. Does he just flash chomp or what? Is it just a smite? It is. He just chomps it. He just chomps it. Tien's smite's not on cooldown. He just didn't smite. He got spooked by Kanavi. Based on what was happening at the bottom, perhaps I'm mistaken about that, because sometimes the replay client can deceive you, but Kanavi just walking up, getting a big old chomp. And top esports find themselves an early lead. Questionable gameplay there from Weibo. Guess they didn't take the Dragon quite quick enough. Weibo pushing in mid lane. This is the kind of play which is just so tilting. So tilting as Weibo. They're just not as precise as the top teams. Hey, now you see me. How's it going? Good to see you. Grub started up. Tien at level 6, now Kanavi at level 6. My worry is, kind of like the last game where we said, oh, it's a problem if the person diving, the jungler diving in gets chunked out. It's going to be a problem now that Kanavi's got his ultimate against the Jarvan. I mean, you do have Jarvan ult, Poppy, slam into the wall. So Tien, Crisp are going to have some powerful combos. Walking up again, they spot them walking out. 2 are taken, not the 3rd. Smite available from Tien still. Able to stop easy entrance into the river. And not able to stop the full Dragon take. Jackie has Cleanse. Uses it because Light hits his ult onto him. I was worried there about a flash wall stun from Crisp, but of course he didn't have flash, so that wouldn't be possible. Weibo, still very powerful skirmishing potential in this game. I do like watching Weibo. Weibo always keep you guessing. Definitely a team which captured the hearts and minds of a lot of LPL fans when the Shy was on the roster, partly because Cadril was such a big fan of the Shy, he kind of carried Weibo's fandom for a little bit. But I hope that there are a lot of people who kept watching them after the Shy left. Because he wasn't everything about that team, you know? Top esports team, which has been a bit harder to enjoy points, because they've had some fantastic moments where they've promised everything, looked like the best team in the LPL multiple times, and then fallen apart at key moments, whether that's domestic or internationally. Typically, that was put onto Tien. Tien was known as the choker. You know, what is he? 1-6 in finals. He's lost 6 finals in a row. Heartbreak for him, honestly. After his Worlds win in 2019 with Fun Plus Phoenix. Chris was his support back then. All those years ago. managed to do something that Xiaohu's never been able to do and win that world's title, despite Xiaohu being internationally recognized as one of the greatest to ever do it. 3-time MSI winner. One of very few players to win multiple MSIs. Hell of an accolade. When Weibo formed their last kind of teams of this era, when you think about 2023 was when they built their first really big super team. They had everyone but Light being a previous international title holder. You had the Shy, Worlds 2018. Kasa was their first jungler in 2023. He was MSI champion from 2018. As was Xiaohu, but he also had 21 and 22 under his belt as well from RNG. Light hadn't won anything, and then you had Chris was world champion from 2019 as well. Never bigger fall off than Weiwei. I mean, you could argue Milky Way, fantastic debut, awful afterwards. Navi. Have they spotted out that banana brush? Guys, I don't think they have. They have not checked that at all. Hung's gonna go down, potentially. Has the Ghost running and dodges out on 2 skill shots. Forces a flash Q from Light to finish that off. That's why you check your corners, kids. Entering into the room. Gotta make sure your vision control is good. Dash away from the arrow. Hung goes down. Light using ult and flash does remove him of more cooldowns than he would have liked to use, but it's still a play going over Cream. What ult does he steal? Dragon spawned. Weibo, good pick before the objective. Should mean this dragon is theirs. Cream does not manage to dash out of that ultimate. Chris will make sure there's no extra contest. Say that. There's a chance of Jackal getting a W into the ult. Pillar drops him out of the hitbox there. Jarvan ult comes in, and we know how dangerous that is. The smite comes through from Tien, but the kill comes through. What happens with the fight now? Flag and drag over the wall. The ultimate through from the Team Worlds to see him out to safety too. So it's 1 for Dragon. Tien will survive the last of the curtain call. Top esports, not the contest they would have liked. Weibo's pick onto Hung, setting the objective up in their favor. 369, not really able to do much here besides zone breathe off the wave. Top esports using that first stolen cataclysm of the game. Scary ass ability, that one. We were talking about that in Champion Select. But name a bigger fall off than Weiwei. Smeb, after 2018, his 2019 was freaking awful. He was awesome. He was one of the very best players in the world from 2016, 2015, 20 to 2018. But his 2019 was very, very bad. I'd argue the Shy as well from 2020 to 21, was it? I think he had a bigger fall off. Awesome for his peak, obviously. And then he had that one cannon game where he went, 369 jumped on by Tien. Doesn't have the cast. No one on his side of the map. Goes up too far, trying to win out a little bit more in the individual matchup. And instead, gets breathed a little bit further into the game. Tien, good minute or two from him. Good bush baits. Play into the side lane. 2-0-1. Tien's Jarvan, one of the champions he was playing on his Worlds run with FPX. Right here. Oh, the extra contest. The pillar not actually helping that much. I think Jackie should have held on to his W a little bit longer, used the slow from the pillar. Scream jumped in. We were very unlucky not to get an extra kill onto Xiaohu. He's got a lot of tenure on the Aurora pick now. He's one of the better players of it in the LPL. Jumping forward his Cream with a stolen Aurora ultimate. Crisp there to survive a little bit more, but he's not there to help Tien, who we were just praising. Goes down. 3-man unit in the topside jungle. Crisp thought that the play was going to happen under the turret. It wasn't. It was happening in the topside jungle instead. Blue buff steal completed by Kanavi. Top esports get themselves 1,000 gold lead. And this is not the biggest thing ever, but they'll take it. They'll take what they can get here. 1-to-1 in Dragons. 3 grubs over towards Weibo. Now's the start of the time where we start to think about side lane matchups, about scaling, about 5v5s. I think on the whole, Weibo have a much easier 5v5 to play. But good enough ult from Silas. Getting onto someone like the Varus with that stolen Cataclysm, and we have more questions. The important thing about that Cataclysm is it also makes you unstoppable, so you can go through stuff like the Poppy W in ways that you normally can't from the Silas. 369, spotted out by Tien again, another bush bait from him. Third time he's done this in the last phase of the game. He has Cask, has Flash, and the Cataclysm ignores it. Talked about it being unstoppable. Works out an absolute treat there. Flash from 369 as well. Difficult game from him on the Gragas. What was often a famous pick from him in the last 2 days has been very poor. Very, very poor. Tian having a good game on the Jarvan. I think just get picked off in that top jungle. I don't think he'll care as much about that now. Tian using that ultimate, though, means he's not in a position to continue contest this Herald. Objective, go over to that atop esports. Feats of strength will be determined on the next one. That dragon in a minute and a half will likely be that. 1,000 gold lead goes down to even again. I really like how both these teams are willing to fight. There was a little while in the LPL, I think from 23 summer, was it? Or was it 24? Parts of it. 24 spring, I think it was. But the game really slowed down in the LPL. Stolen Jaxalt. Gets the passive through from it as well. Teleport coming through from the Aurora. That's dangerous. Auroras can definitely finish off Cream with that kind of HP. Breathe will back off. Teleport back into the play. Cream can do the same soon. Around the dragon, we'll expect those summons to be used. No kill to happen just yet. Cream 1,000 gold up on Xiaohu. Rod of Ages stacking up nicely. Important in this game. You need to be a little bit survivable to dive into the melee of the meat grinder, which Weibo can set up into the quad melee comp of top esports. I've got a bit of a story for you. Or trivia, I guess. 369 using the cask to clear out bits of the wave here. Was afraid of a dive coming through. I went to uni in about 2014 and went to do physics. And there was someone in my physics course called Oriana Ball. They had no idea what League of Legends was, but gave me a good chuckle. I wonder how many people are called that out there. Won't give any more details because I shouldn't have even said the year, but it was just very funny. Just someone called Oriana Ball. I hope I'm not doxing them that way, but honestly, fantastic name, and I hope they're doing well. I hope they're doing well. They were a good sort. Dragons spawning now. Be second for either team. Top esports have pick of the litter for Cream's ultimates. Don't have the Jaxalt, but that's one of the least impactful team fight ones. Tian out of vision. Could go for another big play. Spotted on the sweeper. Not going to be free this time. Chris flashes forward and ejects the Trundle. Now they can go for the smite. Cream uses the Cataclysm, but he's wall stunned on his own Cataclysm. Flashes out. Doesn't have enough time to get a second round of cooldown. Smite fight's going to come through, and Trundle does end up getting back enough in time to get that second play down. 369 not quite able to get that kill. Flash away from Xiaohu. Q off target as well. Cream goes down to the combo we highlighted earlier. We thought it would come from Tien's ultimate, no, but Crisp stunning him on his own Cataclysm wall. And Cream goes down. Kanavi, good of him to get back to the plate, get that smite. Didn't even need to use the flash to get in range. Thought he might have to. So Cream jumps in, tried to get some damage onto Tien. Does get good value, steals that Cataclysm. And then jumped in to try and get the two-man damage. I just wonder if this is too early. I feel like that's too early. You could have saved that a little longer. Maybe used it onto Poppy's E to go unstoppable through it if she used it onto you. 369 flashes away from the combo. Tien been very proactive on this pick. Reminds me of MLXG on the Jarvan. Do you remember MLXG? What a guy he was. What a guy he was. You punt the Trundle and don't focus Drake. Well, the problem is if you focus... So I think the Cataclysm stopped the auto attacks coming through from Tien and Crisp. I think if they were able to auto attack it, I think they might have focused the dragon. Cream casting Cataclysm did mean that Tien and Crisp couldn't focus down the dragon. I suppose I think they also just think they should have just won the fight. So, you know. Knavi. Not too far behind in terms of gold to Tien. 500 gold, considering that he's got 4 kills on the other side. Not too bad, I suppose. Cream. I guess he's going Riftmaker second with this kind of build. 369, almost 1,000 gold behind. Gone for the Seraph split. Cream aggroing the Atakan. dragging it away from Weibo if they wanted to start it up. Fire cannon for Jackie. Ah, God, it's Ghost Blade Fire Cannon from Jackie. Blah. I guess there's no hyper tanks on the other side, and the mobility does help versus the Jarvan running at you. Oh, it feels like so low damage. Really feels like so low damage. Misses the cannon there. Oops. I don't know. I think that Jhin can actually carry teamfights as a hyper carry. Varus has Grievous wounds on E. Why did he buy anti-heal? That's a great question, you know. It's a great question. Maybe he thinks he needs to get it on his Q instead. But it's flimsy, isn't it? I think it's very flimsy. Completely agree. We could have been further on his way to third item. Hasn't gone for the tier worth noting, so he's not going towards the Muramana, which can be big damage spike later into the game. He doesn't often complete a second, often does it third. Pillar into that brush. Crisp. Ulted by the Trundle. Punts him out, but still very low on resist. Doesn't have the flash anymore. Good accuracy from Jackulov kills him down. Good pick off. 1 for none. A little while to buy back that cooldown of the Subjugate as well. Minute and a half until Dragon. So if there's a fight around the next Dragon instead of the Atakan, he'll have that ultimate backup. Maybe Weibo do want to take a fight while that cooldown is unavailable. Crisp could teleport back out onto the map. Doesn't have to do the slow reset. Oh, sorry. Varus has gone for the Muramana. I'm bad. He has the Muramana. I'm bad. I was like, oh, wow. Okay, jumping towards the mid lane. Well, your Ghostblade didn't help you with that one. Flash burned. Jackulov now at risk of a flash counter-strike. And the like. Does have cleanse, but much less safe now. I don't know why I just didn't recognize the Muramana there. I didn't see the tier in inventory. I'm like, oh, it is build a second. That was so bad on that. Whatever. Riftmaker completed from Cream. That's a huge item for the Silas. More HP. Transfer some of your HP into AP. And also your healing from your W scales up a bit more too. Counter coming through. Great damage from Breathe. Ults. We'll have another Leap Strike available soon. Ulting for... Sometimes you ult in this kind of matchup just to make sure you get a really winning trade, you know? Atakan, Dragon, available on the bot side of the map. Top esports, if they win a fight here, they'll get both. I suppose both teams will get both. Breathe committing the Grandmaster's Might top side does mean that he's in less of a position to come down and impact bot lane fights. Weibo, are they in a position to trade this? They do love trading objectives. Weibo are a team that like to play some tricksy macro, but giving up Soul Point for Ocean Soul? For a Trundle? I don't know if that's great. Tien might just go for the steal, going in again. Has Cataclysm to go forwards. Varusol not getting much there. Smite comes through. Cream activating that Riftmaker. Has himself the Cataclysm. Jump forwards onto by 3. Has a lot of damage, but I don't think he's going to be able to use it, and indeed he won't. Goes down. 1 for Dragon currently. 369. Has Cask, has Flash, uses the Flash to get out. 1 for Dragon. Top esports. Soul points. And Weibo don't cross map. Atakan started up now that Crisp is down though. Top esports, maybe over-invested into a single dragon. 369 has the cast. Shahu now ultimate. Ultimate on light as well. Subjugate also down. Jackulov can open up the curtain call, and indeed does. They're all being shredded because they've stood by the Atakan. This is very dangerous to them now. Where's the cask? Not going to come through. It was already used, rather. Atakan goes down. Top esports. Take the dragon, lose a kill, and end up losing the Atakan. Weibo, I don't think they're unhappy with that now, as long as they can use the extra gold value of the petals collected around the map. The spirit blooms. Baron now available too. Cream not really able to impact these fights in the way that I would have liked to see from him. He's been caught out 1v2, 1v3 multiple times. Had 1,000 gold lead. Lost it in that last fight. We'll gain it back again now. Shahu at 2 items also has the Riftmaker. one of the great things that Aurora can do, if you didn't know about it, is kind of do that, land the Q on someone, wait until you get the full proc of Leandri's and Riftmaker's increased percent damage, and then pull the Q back. Really nasty. So you Q, wait a few seconds, EQ return. Really nasty. You end up getting a ton of extra damage on it. Q has a stronger late game. I think Weibo has the stronger late game. You know, you're into a quad melee comp. And I think the Poppy Jarvan is so nasty at stopping top esports from getting onto their priority targets. Weibo on the whole, I think, have the better composition, but it's not like top esports are bad players. They can play out hard compositions. In fact, they did a lot of that in Split 1. Going into first stand, one of the biggest comments I had about top esports was, I don't think they draft good, I think they draft comfort, and they're good enough to make that work. Often, LPL has had teams like that. BLG in 2024, they're exactly the same. They didn't draft well, they just drafted well towards their players, and they played them well enough that it worked out. Now, I think actually top esports and BLG have both ran into the same problem, which is, if you ever have a dip in form, things fall apart very quickly, because then your drafts get exposed and you're not good enough to justify picking them. Jumps forwards, actually gets a hit onto them, gets a stack of his Conqueror. Gonna get slammed into the wall by the Poppy, and Cream had no flash, goes down, once again found in a 1vx. Weibo putting multiple members into his lane, and on his case, Cream, despite having so many resources, has struggled to impact the game. Xiaohu gonna get some alone time on top lane tower, and Cream just wasn't safe to walk up there. Tien has been in every single brush. Every single brush. Top esports will have a chance to get Ocean Soul at the next dragon, but they're not walking into it with a lead. They're behind in gold. Behind the Atakan. They have the feats of strength. So there are big questions now about this fight. 3 items hit for 80 carries heading into this dragon. Jackalope with Infinity Edge. Cyrilda's onto Light. Both of them are going to be chunking out huge portions of damage. There's no hyper tank to stop either of these 80 carries doing damage with their poke, with their long range burst potential. Especially in what is quite a low range game. Tien about to get his ultimate back up. Has Black Cleaver. Kanavi with a Dead Man's Plate. .369 struggling to impact this game. Can Weibo bring us to a third? They've often been 3-game merchants. They'll... Oh, 369 caught out. That's important. Top esports can afford to give away maybe one dragon. Cast not cast just yet. Used that. Doesn't get him out of the Cataclysm, though. Second Flacken Drag comes up. Xiaohu will surely finish off this kill. Misses the E and the Q, though. Has to commit the ultimate. 369 can go in for a last body slam. Xiaohu's skill shot accuracy not great there. Stolen Cataclysm. Not going to do that much from Cream because of the flash away from Tien. Flash away from Cream now. Tien, very low HP. Death onto 369 means that once again Top Esports going to walk in towards an objective without the full complement of characters, and I think Top Esports will just call it quits on this one, maybe. Navi not safe to walk in. Top Esports, another poor objective fight for them, but this time they don't get the dragon. They still lose the kills. Breathe, walking forwards, jumping forwards. Not to get that much done. Tien, once again the hero of this game. Breathe feeling very happy to jump forwards. Stunned up, but doesn't really care that much for it. Breathe, well, you might need to can now. Counter-strike jumps away. Maybe not. Baron available. Varasalt stolen by Cream. AP scaling on that is ridiculous for those of you that don't know. I'm actually not sure how this works, but do you know if stolen Varasalt applies the Varus passive? Because if it does, that's insane, because the AP scaling on that is ridiculous. Jumps forwards, gets the play onto him. Is the Flagon Dragon going to come out in time? Yes, it is. Good defense from Poppy. Kanavi jumping forwards beyond the counter-strike. Is he going to get CC down? Yes, he is. And he can't finish off Tien. Poppy goes down in the front line, but Kanavi cannot make the solo dive mission a reality. Tien just a little too tanky, a little too much peel on Top Esports. These picks, these team fights are not working out in their favor. Teleport in towards the mid lane. Low HP turret here would be a good pickup for top esports if he can finally get that goddamn turret down. Cream gonna try and auto the turret, and he does do. Gets the between worlds. Lights has flash, not forced to use it just yet. Bad Zenith Blade goes onto the Seeker's arm guard. Breathe. And now the ult comes out from Jacula. Cream burst out by Xiaohu, who will then proceed to body block the last of the curtain call. Top esports. Not clean fights, but they do get themselves the mid lane out of turret. That is a big win. It's a very rare game where the mid lane turrets stay alive into 31 minutes into the game. It's typically taken much earlier than that. Top esports will take that win, because now if the game extends to that next dragon, they'll have easier access towards that dragon. They've been struggling with that recently. Going into that next fight, we'll have maybe 4 items onto both AD carries. Light looks like he's going towards Guardian Angel with the Steel Sigil in inventory. On the other side, Jacula will be going towards Lord Dominic's Regards or the Mortal Reminder. Pillar onto Tien. Flag and drag away. Tien's been having a wonderful game. Very good game with Jarvan. Clutch engages out of Fog of War. Clutch escapes. Great team fighting with a Cataclysm. I'd feel really sad for Tien if he lost this game. Game's not done yet, though. Breathe 1.5k ahead. Breathe has been historically one of our best carry top laners within the LPL. His form this year, worse than it was last year. I think go towards the end of last year, Breathe was on wonderful form. I say that. Actually, no, his first split of the year was pretty good. His Ambassador was nuts, man. Breathe has been one of the brightest sparks for Weibo in recent days. Xiaohu with a gold lead on the Aurora after being 1,000 gold behind for stretches of this game. Cream and 369 having a bit of a nightmare here in game 2. Cream got resources, died a lot, hasn't been able to use them. 369 didn't get resources, also died a lot, not really been able to impact the game. Cosmic Drive Seraphs means that Gragas is always useful, but unlike our good friend Bausey in the top lane, it's not a good death. Most of the examples of it in this game. Navi about to get towards his Spirit Village, 3rd item as well. 1,000 gold behind, not going to have that in time for... Well, I'll see what he gets on this back, actually. Close towards it, not able to complete it. Minute and a half until Dragon spawns. Another shot at Ocean Soul for Topies. If they get Ocean Soul, that's where the game gets difficult for Weibo, because while they are dealing with the Gragas and the Silas and the Trundle, they're not going to deal with them quick enough that the Ocean Soul isn't going to give them an extra half HP bar. Now, there is a... Morelnomicon on Xiaohu, they have Grievous Wounds. I just think Ocean Soul, even with the reduced healing, is going to be a real pain in the ass. Tien spots there, wards out that brush, level 16, same as Kanavi. Kanavi Subjugate, very crucial to keep your eyes on. If he gets a good enough Subjugate down, Top Easels can kill that first target. Jackalov went for the Mortal Reminder, has the anti-heal variant rather than the slightly higher damage version of Ludomus Regards. Dragon up in 30 seconds. Some wards in the pit from around the pit from Top Esports. They have one in onto the Dragon Pit itself in the Ocean Brush. Ocean Man. Poke from Varus. Owie. Yeah, that hurts. Gonna have to go straight down the center of this team fight. The approach, Tien trying to get a little bit to poke with the maxed out Demacian Standard. Arrow hits onto Cream. He fails to dodge away with the E. Breathe on the top side of the play. Already spotted. Tug of War for the mid lane. This is why mid lane priority. We talk about it so much in pro play, but this is why it's important. So easy to play around Dragon if you control mid lane. Look how hard it is for top easels to walk in towards the objective, because they don't have mid-wave push. You have to wait for it to come into themselves. Weibo can walk into river, while AD carry is distracted on mid-wave. Kanavi really wants this scuttle, because it'll give them much better mid control. Trying to look for the fight now. Cream using that stolen Varus on. Yes, it does apply those Varus stacks to sit around it, but not used. Not popped, rather, because Chris punts him out. Stolen Varusol used. Cream will have his ultimate back shortly. What does he use next? Cataclysm 369. Has teleport. Stopped on his recall. That could be important, actually. 369. Aggroed the Wolves, weirdly. And will now only recall now. 369. You should have E'd the other way, back towards mid lane. Slow on the recall now. Won't be there to disengage. Breathe spotted on the flank. Weibo with much superior positioning. Getting poke out. 369 late on the play. Teleporting in now. Turret falls in favor of Weibo to just minions. Dragon spotted now. Top Esports get it as the Ocean Soul. The game goes in their favor. 369 trying to answer Breathe now. Body slam for Counter-Strike. Tien jumping onto 369. Cask onto Tien. Kicked by the Zenith, but he's now separated from T. Oh, Tien, he's gone too deep. Goes down into the GA. He'll have his flag drag up as he comes back out. Where's the body slam? Counter-Strike looking to save him, but it's not going to be enough. Jaculov survives. Dragon's still available, and Cream goes wild. Weibo had the better setup. Top Esports have the better team fights. They'll kill off the jungler, they'll kill off the AD carry, and everyone else but Xiaohu. Ocean Soul is theirs, and Top Esports another game of will they, won't they? Yes, they can. Get themselves the objective, the team fight, and they'll get the Baron afterwards. This was not a confident game from them, but it will still very likely be a win now after securing both major objectives in the late game. Tien just going in way too deep onto 369, who struggled to impact the game. Got a crucial explosive cast to separate Tien away from his team and into the waiting arms of Hung's Leona. Baron goes down onto 5 members. The 4-for-0 team fight started off with 369 teleporting back in. Right here, here's the big play. Tien goes in, trying to close down the Gragas. Great cast. Separates out the Gragas from the people attacking him, and also punts the Jarvan into the team. Kanavi, well played from him to jump right into that play. Tien has the flag and drag, chooses to go for an engage rather than going into the Dragon Pit. I guess he would have died to Cream anyway. The damage had been done. After having such a great game, Tien makes the crucial mistake in this Dragon fight, which should have been one for them. That one's on Tien. Going in too far. After that, 3,000 gold lead for Top Esports. Ocean Soul ticking over nicely. Baron buff has a couple more minutes on it. Top Esports very happy with things going now. The feats of strength going to give Top Esports some extra bang for their buck. The mojo diff from Top Esports. Hell yeah. You know what? Sometime I'm going to have to see if Munchables wants to come on and cast a series. I know he stepped away from casting, but we'll get him on. We'll see if we can get him on for something. Might be fun. You know, if we have like another time where Sam has to go cast something else over in LPL finals, maybe we'll bring Munchables in. Who's better, 2015 SKT or 2025 Gen G? I think 2015 were better for their era. Overall, Gen G massively 10 caught up by that W. I think the competition in 2015 was much worse than 25. Cream jumping forwards, curtain call, getting a good chunk there. Kind of damage onto Crisp. Turret falls. I mean, I personally think 2015 SKT Summer and into Worlds was the best roster of all time. Faker was, or rather Faker was the best player of all time around that point. He just kind of broke the game. But Gen G 2025 have been a hell of a team to watch, you know. Hell of a team to watch. Also, you know, 2015 SKT did lose MSI. It's a big loss to their name. Gen G, they did lose, you know, a 5-game series in LCK Cup. So I guess that's an analogous to each other. Oh, what do Weibo do now? Tien jumps forwards, teleport behind them. Here comes the Jax. They do that much about it. No cleanse on Jack. Love has no flash either. Great disengage coming through from 369 though, and I don't think Breathe will be able to finish off the kill. Trundle goes down, but he's just doing a delaying action. Breathe will go down. Jungler, the top laner. But the damage of Top Esports has so much extra HP. The Ocean Soul doing tons of work. Kanavi happy to play rear guard to keep the team alive. Look how much health they've got to work with. Cream can teleport back in. And Breathe couldn't make the solo dive work. Tien jumping forwards, has Cataclysm. I don't know if you want this one. They don't reach Shakulov. Ocean Soul starting to tick over. Teleport in from Cream into mid-wave. Curtain calls back off cooldown again. Level 18 will do that to you. Low cooldowns. Bloody hell, it's a lot of damage. The armor pen, the lethality. Really, really hurts, doesn't it? Gen G only rivaled by 2023 JDG. 2023 JDG only lost a single series that whole year, and that was the last one they played, and it was a hell of a good series versus T1, of course. That's the kind of thing which will take a lot... Like, I don't want to commit to an opinion on that before I've seen how the year plays out, and without a ton of VOD review. No, this is a historic year of dominance from Gen G, for sure. Top East was looking to complete a victory lap in this game. There is an Elder Dragon coming up in a minute and a half, but I don't think... I mean, no, the game can extend to that. It can extend to that. I think that Top East might look for a fight before then. I think with Cream's big items, he can kind of do whatever the hell he wants. And particularly Jackalove having GA with Ocean Salt, there's a really nasty interaction where if you go down into GA, you do start healing while you're in it, I believe. So you come up with more than the minimum HP. As long as you're still in combat. Alright, looks like the game will go towards Elder Soul. Elder Dragon, rather, not Elder Soul. You know what I mean. Top East will also recall, spend their gold. Get back out onto the map. Weibo don't have the objective setup this time. Top East won the last big dragon fight with worse setup. Now they have the better setup, better items. The Grievous Wounds were dropped by Light, who's now full build, has Serpent's Fang as his last item. There's no death cap for Xiao, who does have the Bloodletter's Curse, so he has the Void Staff equivalent. Zhonya's for Breathe, not bad for him either. I just don't think they have the damage to burst someone out before Ocean Soul makes the difference. You know, if you have a ton of damage on towards one target, yes, maybe you can, but Kanavi has Subjugate, he has Spirit Visage, which will also increase the healing from Ocean Soul. And the healing you can get through from the other parts of his kit as well. Elder Dragon spawns, Weibo forcing the way through bot side of the map, flashing forwards for the stun! Doesn't get the E. Doesn't really get that much value. Cataclysm onto 4. They're all stuck in there. TM will survive. Hung. Not a great combo from him. He'll go down very, very quickly. He might have sold out his team. And now they're in the choke point. Jackalove getting soloed out by Breathe. But the cask is good to survive through that. And Weibo doing it. Weibo, they might have just won through it because Hung's poor engage gave them the answer through into it. Jackalove will get a kill back. Has Guardian Angel. Has Flash. Has Curtain Call as well. He might be able to one-man army this. How much work can he do? He has to do it now. Great damage through. W misses. Curtain Call opens up, but it's going to be answered by the Popular. Instead, gets the GA out. And Crisp will evacuate him to safety. Weibo. I don't think they'll be able to end the game off of this now. Jackalove walking up, has 4th shots. Tian coming forwards. Wall stun onto him. Good damage to Jackalove. They don't finish him off. W less. Jackalove is going 1v4 and walking away with kills. Jackalove is doing it again. Goes down into GA. And he'll probably die for the cause, but he will stop the Elder Dragon being taken on. Good timing. Jackalove, what an attempt. First death of the game is a very, very valid one. Weibo will win the fight and win the Elder, but Jackalove stops it being the end of the game. All of that came from Hung's cack-handed engage. Flashed to miss his Q auto, and also his Zenith Blade. Awful engage from Hung, leaving Top Easels in the lurch around the choke point. Watch this again. Flashes forward, misses his E, doesn't get his Q stun. Solar Flare gets very little value, and then he's baited his team into the corridor. Goes down soon after that point, where the Aurora can get crazy damage, where the Varus can get crazy damage, and the second Flag and Drag gets a huge amount of value. The only thing saving this game is the fact that 369 peeled Breathe off of Jackalove. Times out the Counter-Strike incredibly well. Jackalove trying his goddamn best. Gets the GA off of Light too. That could be very important later on. But this was utterly different from how the previous Dragon fights have played. Jackalove gets the kill with his trap, all things said and done. Oh, and Light flashed out of vision, I think it was. That last auto attack, I think, would have killed. The flash forward, a little poor there from Jackalove. Maybe he could have played around next round of cooldowns instead. Jackalove so close. And Weibo, yeah, their coach is slapping himself to see if that's a dream or a nightmare. Bit of both, I'd imagine. Medjay is picked up from Weibo. They have the Elder for another minute. Well, that was a team fight of all time. Top East will still have the Ocean Dragon. We did say, hey, Weibo, if it goes late game, yeah, they'll have extra damage. That Varus is doing so much work. Holy crap. Hung better be thinking about what the hell he just did in that last fight, because this game felt like it was won. Stolen Popule, get some of the minions away. That's all they can do. Elder, still available for 30 seconds. There's a Varusol. If that hits, could end the game. Watch out for Light's ultimate. Where's that going? First turret down. Wave clear's not good enough. Might need to use the cast. Cast already down. Sorry, but second turret's going to go down. They can focus the Nexus. The Elder is still up for another 10 seconds. The Cal goes onto the backline. Can they finish the game? Yes, they can. And Weibo will bring us to a third game after an awful engage from Hung. Loses top esports the Elder fight. We'll be here for yet another, just at least another game, folks. It's not the short 4-game day. You can thank Hung for that one. Brother Hung, what the hell was that late game? I better get myself another drink, because, yeah. Starting to stretch my voice a little bit, though. Lights damage on the Varus going to late game is absolutely insane. Weibo, I have no idea how they managed to win that one back. That was a difficult one to get through to. Realistically, it just felt like, yeah, realistically, it felt like that was going to just be the end of the game. Choked out late game there. I think Cream, with all the resources he had, should have done so much more. Jaculov tried his best in the late game, but I don't think there's that much really more he could do. I guess the flash forward around the Elder was fairly poor. Well, best reintroduce myself. Hello, my name's Nymaera. I've been casting the LPL on this channel for a number of years. I've been casting the LPL professionally for a number of years as well. It is my job. It's what I do for a living. And given that there is no official LPL broadcast anymore, I lost my job for that bit of it. I went on to cast other leagues instead. Because the LPL shut down its official broadcast. What that means is now I cast it here instead. Now, if you're enjoying this, please drop a like, a comment, follow, subscribe, whatever it is applicable on various channels. Currently streaming in 4 different places: on Twitch, on TikTok, and on 2 different places on YouTube. Feel free to watch on your platform of choice. All of them do support us. But if you can, drop some likes, comments, subscribe, anything like that. If you can have one of the other streams open on just a muted tab browser in the background, it helps the algorithm too. Makes an awful lot of difference because, you know, I spend hundreds, thousands of hours on the LPL to try and bring you good content. I hope you enjoy it. And yeah, I really do need to take a break at some point, folks, to get myself another drink. But yes, I hope you guys are enjoying whatever the hell that was. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, folks. I'm going to leave you with the highlights and the MVP. And then we will get through to our last game of the day. Thanks, Davis.
好久不见啊！
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行，
有个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测助你赢1000元耳机。
Okay, right, let's do some of that. Let's do some of that word again, this one. Okay. One more game, folks. One more game. Thank you for the follows, by the way.
开始知道要重新跟刘云松合作的话，还是蛮惊讶的。然后最后成功重新合作了之后，感觉其实没有特别大的磨合压力吧，就感觉之前打了3年也很久了。然后现在的话，就是我们作为一个队伍能越打越好。上场比赛在top这个赛季也是大家都换了选手嘛，然后觉得会打成什么样子，磨合成什么程度还不太确定。然后的话，觉得我们就是要游戏的重点就是资源团做好吧。这个赛段队伍的目标肯定是能够进入世界赛，然后我觉得我们在这个过程中要有很多地方去进步。个人的话，我觉得要做好很多前面的判断，然后还有一些打团上的细节。
Okay, one last game, folks. I'll, yeah, try and I hope my voice will save myself. Well, be able to make it through it. Okay. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it, folks. Oh, one more. Deciding game, folks.
Sorry, I've got like some pretty strict censors on because of an event I was doing earlier this year, so moderation, auto moderation can get a little bit crazy. I think it should be all good now. Okay, one more round and then we'll get into it. So, the top piece was I didn't like that draft in the last game. I think that still they should have won around the Elder Dragon. They didn't. That was, I think, a failure, particularly of Hung in that last team fight. I think 369 did a good job appealing, but you know, as soon as that engage goes south, it's just GG. Just choosing to take the engage in that choke point was such a bad plan, you know. One more draft, one more game. I'm gonna turn my, oh man, I just need to close my eyes. I'm gonna turn my camera for a little bit. I really haven't been sleeping well the last couple of nights. Trying to brute force my sleeping schedule. Okay, passed around. Good stuff. Should be getting into draft soon, folks. You know the music, time to dance. Let's get into it, folks. Top piece was Weibo deciding game. Ambessa banding away from Breathe. Breathe is a very, very good player of that champion. What's going to be like through this time? Pantheon's been permabanned the entire series. And it's not going to let up now. In terms of supports, you still have stuff like the Nautilus and Braum. Sejuani maybe raises in priority now as well, because of lacking engage elsewhere. And also the fact that a lot of the AD skirmishing junglers that would normally beat her, at least in early game, are also gone. Wukong banned away. That's the last of them alongside Pantheon, really. Guess you could do Lee Sin. Not many people in LPL willing to do that, even though it's popular here. Lucian banned away. Don't think Jackalo's been great at Lucian recently, but still a pick which he's gone towards every so often. Skarner, similar kind of space as Sejuani, where you're a tanky engager, not necessarily about the early skirmishing in the way that the other champions played in this series have been. That's locked in. What do you combo up with the Skarner now? Because typically you like to combo it up with Rumble or Aurora. They're already gone. What do you put with it? Typically, you'd even put it with something like a Renata, but Renata feels quite weak right now. Many teams losing with it worldwide. Weibo on the other side of things. Do they go towards the Sejuani? You're going to a Skarner. Potentially, you can also go for... you could go for Ryze. Ryze into Skarner is pretty good. They lock in the Corki. Self-sufficient. Strong in lane. And the Rel's are... Ah, yeah, the Rel is a huge takeaway. That's the last of your, like, top tier... Do you have Nautilus still? There's Nautilus into Rel, and that would be top tier supports kind of finished off for the series. Orianna, strong laning phase. Not that much which deals with it that well left in the pool now. Okay, cool. You go towards the Renekton, you're going towards lane dominance for top esports. There's still stuff like the Jace available for Breathe if he wants to go towards that and you pick in the Renekton. They go towards the Aatrox. Jace a bit more risky into that pick now. You could go for the Renekton yourself. Renekton's good into the Aatrox. Not as fantastic versus Skarner and Orianna. Do you prioritize jungle or top lane? You're not going to be able to pick both of those roles. One of them will get double banned out in the second round phase, or there's a threat of the double ban. Renekton, Sejuani. They go towards the Renekton. Good matchup for Breathe. Breathe is a very lane dominant top laner, as we talked about previously in the series. Why blind mid top and not answer their bot lane? Because you are all... I think you know you're losing bot lane laning phase. If you lock in these two champions, you at least have a good chance of contesting those lanes. Surprised they didn't lock in the Renekton if they wanted winning lanes. Aatrox isn't bad, but... Now, is there anything which survives Orianna's laning phase well enough? There's not that much which lanes fantastically against it. Ryze would have been one of them. Okay, so that's gone. Ryze is also very good into Skarner as well. So that's a good double hit with that ban. Ezreal banned away from Jackie-Love. What else can even survive laning phase? No. Is this something like a Zeri angle for Jackie-Love, actually? Kai'Sa. Ah, yeah, Kai'Sa. Because you could have gone Kai'Sa Nautilus at that point. You could go something with Braum on the bot side, but then you'd be lacking engage, so maybe not. I think something like Zeri looking okay for Jackie-Love now at this point. Xiaohu could go towards Hui, so people saying in chat, but he's not really a Hui player is the thing. You could go Tristana with an AP jungle for Tien. That's more towards Xiaohu's comfort zone. He used to be a huge Syndra player. It's okay into Orianna. Not that great in current meta though. I know some people have been playing it more like Nemesis, but I don't think it's the be all and end all. MF Nico free win. Nico's been banned at this point. Ah, the Annie made it way through. Of course, Annie's fine. Annie's perfectly fine. Decent early lane, gives you an extra engage threat. You're lacking a little bit of scaling damage on Weibo. I think if it goes later, I think Topius will have more damage to throw out at Weibo. Where does Tien go to actually survive? Kalista, I know Jackie-Love likes it, but it's not been playing that well right now. Now, if you go towards the Renata, we did talk about this earlier in the draft, the Renata over the Impale is pretty huge. Ahri counters Annie in lane. Ahri's been played earlier in the series, so you can't play that. Also, Ahri loses to Orianna in lane. So, no, Orianna is actually very good versus Ahri in laning phase. So, last pick for Tien. You have good engage. If you go towards the Nocturne, it makes your engage much more potent because they end up being unseen as they look for that Tibbers flank. Those are our drafts. Last game of the day. Kalista Renata. Not been working out very well ever since MSI. We'll have to overcome the Kalista Renata curse. No, interesting that you mentioned the Ahri into Orianna. One, it was already banned anyway, but still. For that matchup, no, Orianna tends to beat up the Ahri. Slightly longer range, can trade through the wave better. Last game of the day, folks. Thanks for stopping by. Again, if you can put the put one of the other streams on in the background on a muted tab, particularly the TikTok one, because it tends to go very viral. That would make an awful lot of difference. You know, it doesn't take that much. You don't have to log in. It's pinned in the Twitch chat. You know, it's linked in the YouTube chat as well. Okay, who do I think is going to win? Well, I think that Weibo's composition is much easier to play. I also think that Weibo's composition... Wait, is that true? No, I think Top Esports... No, Weibo's composition is easier to play. They have the ability to play with the Nox and Annie kind of shouting at the vision, but that being said, you a lot of low-range engages versus the Renata again. I guess I'd say on team fighting prowess, I would give it to Top Esports. I think been playing better today. I think the draft, you can edge it towards Weibo. I think Top Esports are just the better team on the day. You get quite worried for Weibo when they have to pull the trigger and Hung can just throw the ult down over it. It could be a big problem. Did you see my question regarding blue side priority? Is it still as heavy as blue side prio in pre-MSI? I mean, based on the statistics, it is. I think it's I don't think that blue side should be winning drafts as much as it is, and I don't even think blue side is winning draft all the time. I do just think that there's an aura of blue side in pro play. I think that red side, particularly later into Fearless, should gain more and more power. Like right here, I do think Weibo walked away with a better draft. Xiaohu, did he start with the Molten Shield? He did. Yeah. Fairly common for the Annie. Long attack range as you can walk up, trade with the shield, get one fade away auto as you got slightly longer range. Tends to be the way to beat out Azir and Orianna. Crisp gets the crash down. Instead, Light. In range of the Callista, typically not very good. Ignite cleansed away from. Dracula stacking up the Rend stacks. Get the Rend reset as well because he got it on to kill a minion. Second proc of the Rend. Activation of the Rend, rather. Bot lane priority goes over to Jackalov and Hung. That is what you expect, but not... Tell you what, not great 2v2 laning from Light and Crisp today. I think arguably they've lost out on each of their early 2v2s versus their opponents. Jackalov and Crisp, Jackalov and Hung, decent value there. Xiaohu slowed down. Kanavi not going to go for the walkabout though. I think Xiaohu playing a little bit of Oscar Knight, acting as though Tien is in the back pocket. So top esports, they have themselves the bot lane priority. That's going to give, I would say it gives extra options to Kanavi. Kanavi is pathing away from bot lane. Weibo know that. Having said, not like really like Nocturne can gank early levels. He fights well, just only when people run into him. He can't run into you that well. Even if Chris gets a flash follow-up, I just don't think it's that likely that they get him kills. Chris might go for a flash combo now. It's hard for Nocturne to get value out of this. Anyone will die. They know they're a threat. Back off from bot lane. And for once, Jackalov and Hung. Well, Jackalov and Chris, of course, they were the combo earlier this year. This is the battle to see who won the divorce between Top Esports and Crisp, and I suppose Weibo and Hung as well. Both of them looking to beat their previous teams from last split. Kind of cruel that they have to play against them so early into the split. Week 1, by the way, playing against the team which just kicked you. Flash forwards for the stun. Knife in the back pockets. Yeah, and he has a spell shield. Not gonna matter. Navi can't break through the spell shield. Tien, rather, his spell shield does very much better. First blood goes over towards Weibo. Point and click stun from Xiao, who kills down Cream. He had a bad Orianna game just the other day. And that's not a great start to this one either. Xiaohu, good kill on the board. Kanavi not able to do that much in that situation. Couldn't break the spell shield of Nocturne. Can't impact it. Tien, first kill on the board. Gets a play done before level 6. Rare for that to work out for Nocturne. Sometimes you do, of course, get the flash fear tether. That's what happens here. But, Cream just way too far up. Has a tier now. Building a Ruby Crystal. We'll see what that Ruby Crystal goes into, actually. I suppose it'll go towards a, Haunting Guy's item a little later. I doubt he's going to go towards something like a Rod of Ages. And if he does, I think that's a huge mistake. Can't afford to drop that much damage. Jackalov and Hung, great bot side dominance in terms of their control, denying a lot of CS. Not leading to strategic victories right now. Dragon is spawned. What this will mean is that they do get first swing at the dragon if they want it. They should always get it. Jackalov going to get an extra auto onto them. Oh, we misplayed the Ren there. On cooldown. No, Katari, honestly, I don't know why Blue Side wins so much in LPL. We talked about this a lot in playoffs last split, where Blue Side just has aura in LPL. Just has aura in LPL. I don't know why Blue Side wins so much here. As we were saying, bot side dominance for a Callista means you get that first dragon. Smooth early game plan for the bot half of the map for a top esports, maybe not the rest of it. Level 6 hit by Cream. And with the ultimate. Molten Shield. Tier 2 boots gives him the move speed to walk away from that. And he doesn't have Tier 2 boots. You can't walk that down. Cream in the deciding game. Another bad Orianna game. Had a bad one yesterday versus Invictus Gaming in their loss in game 2 yesterday. Cream has become a mage player for top esports. And Typically, I valued him on them, but right here, not getting good value out of the Orianna. 369 swapping away. Spellbook teleport from Hung. Not going towards the Guardian, going towards that Spellbook. I think it's better for the Renata, honestly. No, the Guardian helps in the first few levels of the game. Likely dive on bot side. Jaculov going to be able to really start to stack up and breathe. Won't kill, has the Dominus. Good play down there. Flash in, ignite, sorry, flash away, ignite, drop. 369 not going to get CC. Teleport in. Tien doesn't have that level 6. Q3 being stacked up by 369. Teleport in from Breeze to the other side of the map. Leaves Jaculov and Chris... Jaculov and Hung, rather. Sorry, it's really getting to me now, this last game of the day. Alone on that top side. Breeze is going to be present for a plate here. 369 could teleport to the other side of the map if he wanted to do the same thing, but it feels like he's safe enough to play now that Chris doesn't have the ignite and Tien doesn't have level 6. Not going to do that much. Xiaohu gets that stun onto Kanavi. Level 6 to level 6 between jungle and mid lane. Weird old early game, this one, in terms of the rotations across. Jaculov's still 15 or so CS ahead of Light. Despite the fact that Light had switched away, Light could go forward. Stun lands. Blight Valkyrieing in. The lesser seen Corki run towards mid lane. Cream will survive this one. Going for double Ruby Crystal, actually. Is he going towards... yeah, I mean, double Ruby Crystal. That's not a common item build first on Cream. Is he really going towards a Rod of Ages? Neither of those build in towards the Seraphs, of course. That's the another item which he'd have to build up. Oh no, sorry, it is the cat. He is going Rod of Ages. Okay. Didn't expect that. Rod of Ages Orianna. Very slow build. I'm not sure. Well, okay, so this could be the mid lane tech we saw a bit from Humanoid over in LEC. I believe Chovy was doing it too. Because Rod of Ages only gives you 350 HP on completion, you just go towards Catalyst. And you don't build the Rod of Ages. You just get the 350 HP from Catalyst. It's good mana, survivability item, and then you sell it later on into the game when you don't need it anymore. Grub's gonna get started by top esports. First one goes down. Jaculov rotating over towards all of the early objectives. They are behind in gold. That is worrying. Weibo can threaten at the one item mark very heavily, because they have the Annie Nocturne. Renekton as well, of course. Teleport down towards the bot side. 369, no flash. Does have ultimate again. 3 biscuits, which will help him regen at low HP. Left alone here. No teleports. Nothing from Spellbook either. Charging up the stun is Xiaohu. Ultimate comes down. Gets a little bit of healing. Q2. Can he get the passive? Nope. No, he can't. He'll die. Breathe uses that ultimate. Stacks up that rage. Survives the turret. Onivia can come down potentially. Cause some issues here. So they get the kill and not that much else. Cream alone on the top side turret has 3 grubs, so he'll be getting more value out of this. Top esports, I think they're winning in the cross map loosely. I mean, yes, you are denying farm and XP from 369, but not the end of the world. Loses half a wave down there. Can teleport down towards this turret. It's not like Weibo can really force the play again. Xiaohu does have flash, and this is a bigger problem. Hung does have bailout. It's not going to matter. Feeds the strength. The kill portion of it ain't earned by Weibo. Level 6 hit by Tien. And Hung just walking way too far up. Kill basically in the duration of the CC. Cream got 2 plates from top side. Weibo got 2 kills from bot side and a couple of plates. Now they feel a little bit better about the trade. Dragon up in a minute. If Jaculov gets his Ren stacks into there and gets them a clean Dragon take, the game plan is still on for top esports. I do think they scale better. But Weibo, this is the point where they can cause some huge issues. Paranoia into Tibbers is nasty as hell. You know, hiding the Annie on the flank angle. Follow up on top of the CC from very long range way away. Weibo, I think in game 2 and 3, they have had better drafts. It just felt like top esports were better individual players. We'll see whether that comes through to any advantages here in game 3. Not that happy with top esports early game so far. That being said, we've not come through to the 5v5s yet. Xiaohu, good activity from him in the early game so far. First blood, couple of assists now too. Kanavi's going to go into this bot side dragon. Weibo, do they contest? Well, what's the cooldown on Paranoia? Still about a quarter off. Can't really pull the trigger with that, so I don't really think they want to go towards it. Do have the 1 item Stride Breaker on Tien, but can't do that much about it. Xiaohu instead going to take a plate on top side. Weibo as always, if you want to learn something about this team from this stream, they are a team which always trades, if they can. They're the most likely team to trade in the LPL. They'll trade a dragon for side lane, they'll trade things for time. Tien has spell shield, not going to be enough. Going to get himself impaled. Not a fantastic ultimate coming through from Hung. Flashes forwards. They do get down the Nocturne. Chris flashes over the wall, and Light's now followed up for nothing. Teleport coming in to secure the other side of the map, and Weibo overstay on bot side. Tien goes down. Kill goes over towards Kanavi. Xiaohu drop down the ultimate onto Cream. No shockwave available for Cream, so the chunk will remain true. No malignance for Xiaohu, so that'll be the full cooldown onto that. Weibo. Wonder whether there was a winning angle in that bot side play. Tien greeded for the blue buff and died for it. Everyone's done it. Isn't this the Genji strategy to trade side lane gold for Drake? Yeah, that's one of the big things that they do, but Weibo definitely do that here in the LPL. It's not as much of an LPL thing. Smoothest Weibo win, GG. Yeah. Wait, that might have been from last game. I think that was from last game, actually. Tells you how long I was reading that YouTube chat. So yeah, keeping an eye on 4 chats at once can be a bit much sometimes. I'll wave hi to everyone in the TikTok chat. I do see people joining, but gotta pay attention to other things sometimes. Kanavi. Little bit behind in XP to Tien. Should be even up when he takes Gromp. On Gromp. Could contest Raptors as well. Indeed he will. Breed walking up the river. Has Dominus. Has tier 2 boots, so he's pretty quick on the roam too. Doesn't have first item, which is where, you know, Renekton goes real Super Saiyan. Cream. Rod of Ages build onto the Orianna. Really doesn't want to get burst out. Not going to do that much damage, though. You know, compared to someone like Victor, who goes Rod of Ages into Liandry's and doesn't need the Lost Chapter item at that point, Orianna really does feel like she does need a Lost Chapter item. She feels quite poor without it. She can't really go Rod of Ages into Liandry's as easily as someone like the Victor, who gets a lot more value out of that with more consistent poke from E, and then, of course, the Chaos Storm. Tien has ult. Has Dry Breaker. Very powerful ultimates now. Top tier deals need to be covering their side lanes well. Mikhail's from Hung. Does help against the Annie stun. Herald in a minute. First tower, actually, they're going to be the decider for the feats of strength. Tien, ooh, out of vision. Jaculov, no one walking by. Said they had to cover side lanes. Maybe they have to cover mid lane. Instead, Jaculov has cleanse, has flash, can use either of them. Uses his flash and still dies. Great movement by Crisp and Tien to get that kill and take the Kalista off the board. You'd think that play would come in towards the side lane. Absolutely not. Goes in towards the mid lane of all places instead. Because the shallow defensive vision from top esports just wasn't quite good enough. Crisp going to get found out by Kanavi. Anyone else in the area? There's an Aatrox coming by. Crisp needs to be careful. Not careful enough. Gets impaled. He's going to die for this now. So I guess in the overall trade of things, 1 for 1. But the death of an AD carry does mean more than the death of the supports. Heartsteel stacks notwithstanding, I suppose. The remove farm. Hang on a second. Are they going to finish it off? Yeah, they are. Cool. Right. Styles Impact finishes that one off. Kill participation in the team. Some backs coming through from Weibo. They have first item onto Light. There's that Triforce now. Herald started up. Weibo not in position for it. Top esports getting much better access to his objectives. The Callisto obviously helps with that. Objective dominance from top esports, even if the gold is not going their way. And that does give them some options. They can choose to give up a couple of dragons now. Scale into the game. I do think they scale better. Tien waiting for his next ultimate to come back up. Perhaps Weibo are banking on the fact that they can shut down the Kalista a little more. And then Kalista will struggle to carry the game. But you say, well, you know, my AD carry will be more useful than yours. I think you can say from top esports perspective, they'll say the same about Aatrox into Renekton. You know, my Aatrox will be more useful than your Renekton. Mid lane could be a bit of a wash. And he not damage carry, but with a Rod of Ages Orianna, it's not like it's going to do as much as well. Herald driven into the mid lane. Can they take the full turret? They do have the 3 grubs, good damage. Light, walking up 1v3, getting good damage. Will hit the eye on the back. Dragon spawning now, Tien. Has Spell Shield. Ooh, flash in, and they'll catch out Jaculov again. Had no flash, did not see the flank from Jaculov. Hung left alive on the backline. Breathe flashing in, gonna try and go put him down into the Baylor, and he does. 2 for none so far. Drag back under the tower. That should make it another kill. This time in favor of Top Esports. 2 for 1. The full kill score. But with Jaculov dying again, Weibo will take again farming time away from the Callista. We'll get an angle towards the Dragon. And Top Esports, we said, hey, you could drop the Dragon prio, look for a fight later. They choose not to. They walk up. They get punished. Teleport in. Shockwave's still available from Cream. They can't contest for the Dragon. Have they just walked into a bad fight now? Breathe, full rage, going in with the Dominus. Shockwave's not bad, but it's too little too late. There's no damage. You're a Rod of Ages Orianna. And look where that Rod's gonna get shoved. Let's go where the sun don't shine. Cream can flash. And it will see him out of the play. But he achieves so precious little with that Shockwave. A little bit of CC, and that was it. Weibo, strike hard and fast around the Dragon. Twice, in fact. Cole Power cashed in for Light at the same time. No, they just hadn't tracked Weibo coming across the place. And the Nocturne putting the Paranoia in turns the lights out at the same time. Callista needed that safe entrance towards the objective. Gets absolutely obliterated, removed from the fight. And, you know, it's not bad from Kanavi dragging someone under the turret. It's just not game winning. It's not team fight winning. It evens up the kills at the start of the play, I guess. It didn't even do that. 2 for 1. So now, Top Esports, no soul points. Chose to flip that objective. I feel like they could have, could have ignored that one. Chosen a better fight at a different time. Traded for gold somewhere else on the map, like Weibo tend to do more often. Of course, like Gen G does as well. Xiaohu, good series from him today. Really good series from him. The Aurora was, you know, all right, but I think his first game was much more impactful. I think that on the whole, Xiaohu's first couple of days have been decent. They have been decent. Breathe. 202, 1,000 gold ahead. Remember, 369 chose the Aatrox knowing the Renekton was available. And we questioned it at the time in draft, whether Top Esports should have picked the blind pick of the Renekton, which feels like it would have been a lot easier to win that blind pick lane with. Aatrox blind pick, I'm not a big fan of it. Weibo, we said, hey, we think that draft may be a little easier to play. Probably, quote-unquote, a better draft. If it goes late game, I think Top Esports get a lot more options. But even then, Rod of Ages Orianna, 1.6k behind now. I don't think that's going to be realistic now. Shockwave's not going to turn fights. The Taliyah game was very impactful for the wrong reasons. I think the Taliyah game was fine. I thought he was fine. Really, his series yesterday was the special one. Hang on, Spotted walking up through here. They do have potential Paranoia. Xiaohu. The 2-out with Spike of the Malignant's Rylai's can keep people trapped into the plate. There's an extra bunch of HP to fight with too. Dragon up in 2 minutes and nowhere really close. Weibo walking up and just threatening Top Esports. Threatening to jump on them as they move between the lanes. Causing them to drop some farm. They'll have to check Atakan. Spawned 10 seconds ago. Tien's soloing it out right now. Doing quite well at soloing it out right now. Light throwing out some vision. Top Esports, they don't know this is happening right now. How quickly will this go down? How quickly will Weibo bring other people to the plate? We'll do it right now. Xiaohu going over. Doesn't have a Leandries, but will he go to Molten Shield Tien to give him some extra ability to tank the Atakan. And that'll be it. No contest. Top Esports. This time they say, well, we won't fight for it. But imagine if they'd done that for the last Dragon. They could have just left it. pushing in across the board. So now, suddenly, 5,000 gold lead for Weibo. 5,000 gold lead for Weibo. And also, if you look at the top of your screen, that is a 33 petal lead. At about 10 petals or so is maybe 1,000 gold in stats. When you have the Atakan, I believe it's when you have the Atakan, because you have the 25% bonus to them. Weibo have, you know, significant lead in gold, and then also in just the stats as well. Top esports, they were banking on a soul point. By losing that dragon fight and approaching it when they didn't have control, they have thrown this game into the abyss. 1,000 gold leads almost across the board besides support, which, you know, sadly doesn't matter nearly as much. Light's about to get himself towards the Muramana. Looks like Light's going towards Collector next as well, interestingly. Not often we see that on the Corki anymore. We did see some Emax Collector first with Hubris and stuff like that a little while ago. Tien's going to go towards the Dragon. Top Esports once again not going to contest this. Trying to get to some extra gold instead. It wasn't an objective bounty, it's worth noting for Top Esports. I'm surprised it wasn't, given the gold lead and the objective lead. Going by on the back of the turret. Xiaohu can control the mid lane there. Xiaohu's had a great game on the Annie. Great game on the Annie. Really obnoxious playing against the Annie like this, isn't it? Every time you see Annie walking forwards, especially when she has Flash and the upgraded Ionian Boost of Lucidity. She has more flashes in her pocket, more move speed, more ability to just walk at you. And by the time the lights go off when they're knocked in, often it's too late. Top Esports walking in towards mid lane turret. They have the 3 grubs. A couple of auto attacks will see this down. I'm surprised that Weibo are letting this happen. I thought they could have gone for a fight there. Oh, bad ult by Kanavi. It's a whiff. Xiaohu not able to get the stun on the back of it, so it's whiff for whiff there, actually. Surprised that Weibo didn't go for a fight to defend their mid lane out of turret. Would have felt with the gold lead they had and the item spikes they had, they'd feel good about it. Maybe with the Mikhails being up for Hung, they feel less good about it. Or maybe they thought Xiaohu was not in the best position and he needs to be the one damaging the Callista. Weibo deciding discretion is the better part of valor. Game slowed down a little bit now. Weibo pushing in side lanes again. They did choke out the map a little bit before, but they've struggled to keep up those vision lines. Which ADC is more cursed, Callista or Corki? I mean, Callista based on recent form. You gotta say it's Callista based on recent form. God. Light has gone for the Swiftness boost, by the way. He will go towards the upgraded Swift March, which is really, really annoying to play against. Just the raw move speed you get from Swift March. If you ever get the auto attack from the Triforce, it's so hard to chase them down. Means that Skarner, Aatrox really struggle to keep on top of the Corki. Yeah, the nerfs on Callista. Hang on a second. Xiaohu stuns up Kanavi. Not that great damage. Of course, Annie does get some percent magic penetration from her ultimate. I think it goes 10%, 15%, 20% per rank of it. So he has an extra 15% pen right now. Likely going in towards the Bloodletter's Curse. Could go towards the Leandries as well, of course, which would really up the damage. And it means that the Leandries and the Royal Eyes just keep you stuck and burning for absolutely forever. QSS built up by Light, actually, not finishing off the Dirk item. Well, one of the good things about sitting on Dirk compared to Collector is that the Collector doesn't the completion cost of a Collector gives you very little. It gives you it gives like 5 AD in the passive. That's all it really does. Maybe a tiny bit of crit chance as well. It's like 10% crit, 5 AD, and the passive. It's not that valuable. You don't get any extra lethality or something like that. Can I jump forwards again? They do have the Shockwave and the ability to dissonance the Skarner forwards. I'm getting a little bit worried for Weibo now. They haven't made a play in a while, and this is their power spike. Top Esports only get stronger from here. They have leads. Top Esports should be not as powerful. The Orianna has stacked up both stacking items now. The Seraphs and everything. Tien jumped on the side. Does have flash. Flashes away. Blast cone over. They could just go over themselves, though, Hung using the exhaust. Where's the counterplay? Triple flash invested by Top Esports, and they'll find the jungler Weibo. They don't have a response. Xiao, who doesn't find a way to teleport behind them. They don't find a way to catch out anyone else, and Top Esports, they take the fact that Weibo have been so slow and not forcing plays, and they take away the jungler. Now, Xiao, who has ultimate, has flash, but do they have the damage? And without the Nocturne, can they get it down as reliably? I think Top Esports see the path to victory here. Get those Ren stacks into the Baron. Look for a fight. 369 getting some power down. Shockwave missing. Cream, another whiff. A poor Orianna game, and now he's caught out. Xiaohu gets straight onto Jackulov and gets some damage down, but Xiaohu will be the one to fall first. Jackulov can go down as the bailout, and he might just be able to turn it around. Not quite able to get enough through. It's the Renekton left, but he's not able to do enough. Weibo played too slowly, and Top Esports are back into the game. They don't finish the Baron, but they take a winning fight. Jackulov able to play around the bailout because Weibo played too slow. They did not use their power spikes, and they will be regretting that now. Dragon up in a few seconds. Top Esports, while they have, I think, the worst draft, they are the better series of players on the whole. I think that has been made apparent throughout this series. Kanavi walking up towards Tian, and the collapse is very, very aggressive, but there's no option from Weibo. Triple dash over the wall, triple flash, all things said and done. And then without the Nocturne, there's much less ability to close down and add the extra damage onto the backline. Jackulov able to stack up the Rage Blade, cleanses, gets the bailout. Crisp does not flash to get on top of the Ballista as well. I wonder whether that was a crucial mistake in this play. The extra damage even from the Rel could have been crucial. Breathe gets some damage back, getting 2 in there. Will get themselves onto the Dragon as we come out of the replay, and Weibo, we said we were worried about them despite the fact they have such a huge petal lead with that Atakan. The huge gold lead. The gold lead is getting less and less. And Light has a frickin' Dirk into a tank Kanavi Skarner. He's not going to be damaging the front line. Light, I don't think the Dirk was the right choice. Maybe he should have just gone straight towards something like a Black Cleaver himself, or a Lord Dominus Regards or Mortal Reminder. I think the Collector sitting on that Dirk is not the right call. Mistake from Light. He's not looked fantastic today. I mean, again, the Varus is good, but he's not looked fantastic in the first couple of games of these series. Even with Cream missing the ultimate, they end up winning that fight. Baron now started again. They have themselves Tien in the play this time. They don't have themselves, though, a Rage Blade Callista, which is a lot of DPS and Dragon. Weibo inviting Top Esports into the pit. Kanavi very tanky on the Sky. Crisp on the flank has flash, but spotted. Also has smite. Will get collapsed onto. Damage onto Kanavi, but not that much from Xiaohu. Collapse coming onto the jungle support. Very tanky. Sorry, it's the top laner. Top laner in the jungle. Jackulov getting collapsed onto. The collapse is failing, though, because the Shockwave buys some time. Jackulov starting to auto-attack on Weibo. I think they've once again lost their heads in the team fight. The Orianna goes down, but with the Renekton going down too, Top Esports is start peeling back for their Callista, and Light is not going to have enough damage or presence in this fight. Jackulov walks away with another peel back fight, and the Callista is showing its value if it gets to the point where everyone can peel back around it. Weibo waited too long to pull the trigger in this game, and Top Esports should get themselves the Baron on their second attempt of trying. They lost 3. It was a 4 for 3 overall. Teleport back in from Xiao, who's got himself the Leandries now. They'll back off. Can they catch him with this? Xiao, out of Fog of War, has a stun. No cleanse on Shaka, but I don't think it'll be enough. Dash over the wall. Umbra dash from 369. We'll seal it off for Jackulov again. Xiaohu tried to teleport in to get that 1v2. Teleport back out on the map now from Hung. Top Esports have taken control of this game. Oh, Weibo, this game is so winnable, but they have let the timer elapse. This is the fight once again. Really don't think Crisp chooses the right targets here. Xiaohu is having to deal with the Aatrox. That's not where he wants to be. Means that there's another target not getting damage down onto Jackulov. Jackulov is the main source of damage in this game. We go back to the Baron again, picture in picture. Can Weibo find a fight now? I don't know about it. Paranoia will be up if he wants to fly into the pit for a steal. Chrismo flash this time. Breathe on the flank. Here comes the Paranoia. Does he fly in? Yes, he does. It's not going to be a steal. And I think Weibo's divers have just dove straight into their graves. 2 dead, no steal. Top Esports control of the game. I feel like I'm going to be saying this a lot, but Top Esports, they didn't convince me in this game. Bad early game from Top Esports, clutched out in late game, is not the victories which Top Esports really wants to be having. These are not clean, confident games, but it has been enough. Weibo, the timer has elapsed. They've reached a point in the game where they've been outscaled through some misplays, and Light, for some reason, with a collect the 3rd item, is just not doing damage now. Gets Hunshook as well to make matters worse. Breathe will ult. He'll get the cleanse and the Mikhails out of Jacula, but it's not going to be enough because he doesn't actually get any damage from it. Tibbers will die. Top East will break the base. That's a nice line. Weibo were given their flowers, which now belong next to their headstones. That's a good one. It's a hell of a good one. Very poetic. A eulogy for Weibo. This game was so winnable for Weibo. So winnable. Alas, you could say that Top East was at a very winnable game number 2. Sucks to see Weibo have that kind of winning position. Forget how to press their R buttons after having such big map dominance and then fall off. Dragon in 30 seconds will be Ocean Soul for Top Esports. 5 items so close for Jackie Love. Full build, rather, I should say. Has himself the Terminus. Navi going forwards, catches out Tien. Shockwave onto the blue buff. Again, will stress, not the best series ever from Top Esports. Cream, I am not liking his Orianna. It has not looked confident. It has looked very poor. Very bad. Shockwave with a, I guess it's level 17, heading into late game. It's not like it's the longest cooldown. It's not the most cooldown reduction though to use with it, I suppose. Xiaohu on the flank, has flash. 369, onto him again. Good damage. Happy to tank up. Tibbers goes down, and that's the Tibbers not there onto Jaclev anymore. Here comes the Paranoia. You have to steal it against the Smite, going into the Aatrox instead. The Redemption comes down, and it is an absolute all-out war in the shadows, and the steal somehow comes out from Tien. It's not going to be Ocean Soul, but where's the fight afterwards? Breathe into an absolute mess of melee. Light not doing enough damage in the backline, and Jaclev, is still alive. Dragon not claimed by Top Esports, but I think they can get the fight afterwards. 3 dead in their favor without losing anyone themselves. Weibo somehow get the objective, but Nymaera and the Shockwave this time connects. 4 dead. Top Esports, again, we'll say it once more, just so you get the message clearly. Not clean, but just about enough. Teleport into the mid lane, hitting the inhibitor. Weibo, the timer has elapsed, and the series will go the way of Top Esports. Baron not needed for this one. Light has really not been able to determine this game. Full engage onto him. He'll take down the Renata, but it won't be enough. He'll go down, and the wave clear with it. Turret's falling. Top Esports 2-0 in the first 2 days, but not without some question marks.